surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
Welcome to OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia. अब इस दिन के लिए हम कब से इंतजार कर रहे थे?
हर एक एंगल में चैलेंज किया जा रहा है.
And VCSA head up the support, held up with the board.
And it opens a 3K and everything on the way to shut down करते हुए Revenant और एक और बार.
The champions, it's team.
A lot of you still struggling with your Monday blues. Of course, it's Tuesday and we've got some banger Valorant action for all of you guys. Welcome once again, folks. You are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2, and it is a day where we see the mighty Titans battle it out amongst each other. My name is Fixes. I'm going to be joined along with Scared, who apparently is not scared anymore because from here on, nobody's going to get eliminated. But yes, battle's still on for the upper stages.
To be honest, if anything, most of them need to be scared because of the giants that they're going to face today, though. And I really like the fact that you mentioned about how the upper bracket matches that we're going to have today are going to be super exciting, Fixes, because it's VLT playing back again in action, and also Revenant XSpark. I know even you have the questions regarding the same, which is better of the two. We might possibly see that if they win today.
You know, we were having this discussion amongst the talents, and everybody was of the opinion it's going to be a 2-0. But, you know, I'm going to think otherwise. I would hope it goes for a 3-mapper. But let's take a quick look at the matchups that we have for you guys. First off, kicking things off, we've got Velocity taking on Revenant Esports. And then next up is going to be Revenant XSpark taking on SA2L. Now, that's a rivalry that's been going on for quite some time, from different games, different titles. But yes, the fandom is definitely same, so people are gonna come join in hordes to support their favorite team. But yes, Velocity and Reckoning, let's talk about them first. We've seen them go up against each other once, and it was an easy 2-0 victory for Velocity. Has anything changed for Reckoning?
Easy, that's a bit of an overstatement, Fixes, I'd say, because if there was any other team which pushed VL2 to their utmost limit all the way back in Split 1, then it was Reckoning. Because they played 2 games, yes, VL2 took their map easily without any major difficulties, but Reckoning on the other side was a team which, on their map pick of Haven, were able to lead the half 10-2. 2. And that's how struggling VLT were in that situation. But at the same time, VLT, we know them for being absolutely unforgiving. They never give up whatsoever. Eventually went to the OT. 15-13 was the scoreline of that one game all the way back then. But again, you know, it comes down to the same thing. What happened in Split 1 stays in Split 1. What happens in Split 2, that's the main thing.
Hey, listen, let's be honest. I think Reckoning, they have gone with a little bit of a change. They've gotten Paradox into the scene. And the last we saw out of Reckoning was interesting because they were pushed to their limits. I think, again, you know, questions went on if they were actually try-harding or not. But we could see them dropping a couple of rounds. So that could definitely factor in. Don't get me wrong. I think once, you know, Monia gets into his groove, he starts firing on all cylinders. There's no stopping him. But we're talking about velocity up against him. And we've seen how flexible they are. We've been talking about Reckoning's lineup. So, of course, Deadly 10 was the MVP, if you remember how this young lad was playing. And Paradox, we were yet to see a lot from his side.
Here's the main thing about this entire lineup. Munair and BGG were the two guys who were performing out of their mind all the way back in Split 1 as well. And we saw the similar performance continue when they were playing against Global Esports Academy. Good thing that we saw Deadly 10 step up as well. There were a couple of scenarios where some people were questioning if he's feeling comfortable with the lineup or if he's, you know, settling down in the role that he's been given. And to be very honest, against GEA, yeah, I saw that. He was doing a phenomenal job with the team. He was giving out those utilities on the time, and even on the deadlock, you could clearly see those trap plays that they had prepared. And I think so, when you're gelling up with the team so well, you eventually get ready, or at least get the confidence to take on the giants of this game.
You know, gelling up being the key word over here, Scared, and that's what worries me when I'm a Reckoning fan, right? Especially when you're going against the likes of Velocity, who are completely stoic. They know what needs to be done. They always have the tempo in their control. Currently the best team, at least in South Asia. And they have to be putting their best foot forward if they have to have any chance on taking on and beating these guys, because every one of them is in a sublime form right now.
The main part about it is if you try and stop Damara, then how are you going to stop Lightning Fast? If you try to stop Lightning Fast, how are you going to stop SK Rossi? And when all of those fail, you always have that fail-safe switch in the form of Russ and Madeline, who step up every single time. And that's the most important thing about this lineup, is the big brains behind Russ. He's got the aim, he's also got the brains. And that means that he's always going to out-call you regardless of the situation. We've known this lineup to always be, or rather, you know, have that confidence in them that if there's a specific thing working out for them, they will continue to do so until you stop them. And that is the key thing that Reckoning need to figure out. Because even SK Rossi, you know, him getting back onto that duelist role, that kind of wreaks trouble.
Yeah, it certainly does. But you know, this is what I was talking about, right? Ross being one of those clutchy players every single time he's the last player alive. You know that he is gonna outnumber. Even if he's outnumbered, he's still gonna win those duels. He's still gonna get those clutch. And this is where, you know, the only match that we saw VLT playing, it felt like they were not even truly tested, was against a rather newly formed Asterisk. And nobody even tried to sweat in that game. It was so easy peasy. It felt like they were in a ranked game. And today is a day where they might be pushed up a little. That depends on what version of Reckoning we're going to get to see. But that again, put aside, it's just not about Russ also. Like we have been talking, we've seen SK Rossi now starting to be quite flexible. We've seen him on the Jet, we're seeing him on the Chamber, and then we've also got Lightning Fast into the mix. What do you do about him? He is having a cracking aim lately.
The most important thing about him is, I was discussing this thing with Spartus as well, as to how solid Lightning Fast is, not just in terms of the aim, also in terms of the utility of the smokes. And he is absolutely on point. Seems like there's no going wrong there.
Oh, look at this. How many maps went to OT in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1? 3, 5, 7 or 10? Make your guesses and scan the QR code, folks, to get the answer. And whoever wins gets our love. I don't know if there's anything up for grabs, but hopefully goodies sometimes in future soon. But again, coming back, I'm pretty sure you do know that, but I'm not going to give you the leeway to answer that. And now let's talk about the map pools, okay? Because at this point we've seen Velocity has been strong in all those maps, but for Reckoning to win, because since they're the ones who've got their backs against the wall, what map should they be choosing?
I mean, the most important thing, or rather the main map I'm going to focus on, is probably going to be Haven, because that's where they pushed VLT to their utmost limit. I think so that should be their priority, maybe banning with a Pearl as well.
Oh, there you go.
And I think so, but what I figured out actually happened, like Reckoning banned Pearl, and they've also picked up Haven. And I think so that is a very solid start for them. Lotus should basically go for VLT. It's almost the same thing that we saw previously when both of these teams played, barring the Icebox. It was Fracture at that time, so this time it's going to be Icebox. But the fun fact is, Haven and Lotus. Last time Lotus was first, Haven was second. But this time things have been switched.
You know, again, this time Reckoning not taking any unwanted risks, right?
Yep.
They know they've got a good chance on Haven, and it is imperative that Paradox steps up. Last time he was a little gloomy, little under the weather, and I hope this time he puts his best foot forward. You cannot be always relying on, let's say, Monet or even Deadly 10, because Deadly is, again, a young lad. He's got
I
cracked
agree.
aim, but under pressure where VLT know if things are a little against them, how quickly they can adapt and how quickly they can change things around. But Damara on that Neon, we know how good he is.
Oh my god, all you need to do is just make sure you are not falling onto his Bucky's hand. His Bucky is absolutely insane. But there's a new thing that Reckoning is doing on the other side though. It's a double smokes composition with a Viper and an Omen. Now normally I remember Paper X running this kind of composition, but they use Sky rather than a Teho. And that was just so that they could, or rather it was Gen G who used that. So it was their main idea that they're going to pop flash out of their own ball as well, create a few pockets where they can insert a few players here and there. And there were many questions that they created and they themselves answered. But my whole idea behind a Teho Viper Omen is the fact that, yeah, you've got a good amount of stall potential. You can also land in a few smokes on site. But the most important part is going to be that they want to play on site. They want to make sure that they've got the site control and are not really denying it.
All right, now let me know that, you know, since the agents have been picked off, of course, I'd want to go with Reckoning. Necro has been making that face that it's going to be a VLT 2-0, easy peasy. And Scared, your predictions for Haven?
That's an interesting question, to be very honest. Last time it went to OT, and this time, I don't know, my man. I think so. I think so it's actually going to be a 2-0, given the strength of VLT.
I mean, at this point, let's see Velocity starting things off on the attacking side. Intending to go around C. At this point, they do have BGG along with Monet. And it's going to be a straight-up brawl. Trades from both the sides. And there comes the paranoia. Monet just being pushed back a little. At this point, it's going to be so difficult. Again, Velocity establishing absolute control. They're looking much more better.
Looking pretty solid, I agree. Shot down the Viper wall in wait, but this time around there's absolutely no use for that. Gotta go and retake. Tricky's there, he's still got a slide available along with the relay bolt. Sends it out, Rossi finds a good option out there along with Russ and Madeline. As with Rossi gets a 2-piece for him, they take every single life out of Reckoning. It was such a phenomenal round, I'll just have to point it out. BGG playing aggressive, went 1 for 1, but now you don't really have the smokes for your retake. And that was, I think, so a big problem. And VLT just pushing it all the way down towards the C side. The fun thing is, last time when these two teams played, VLT got the pistol, but the follow-up was stolen away by Reckoning. But this time, considering that they're all on classics, it seems a bit too difficult.
Let's see. I mean, again, the last VLT was different. They've just gotten better with time once again. It's going to be round 2. Velocity having the better buys. Whilst Reckoning, they venture through mid, completely stacked up in hopes to find somebody astray. But that piece of utility gave away their position. Now Escarossi lying in wait, lightning fast, takes a couple of shots, just jiggling around. Oh my goodness, that's some good shots coming out of Paradox. We still have lightning fast into the mix, has taken a hefty chunk. Still alive though. Then all he needs to do is just connect one bullet, and that's all it's gonna take. Some damage being dealt, but Monet, the final player live on a 1-on-3 situation. Of course, Velocity will be checking those angles, right?
Good patience, I'd have to say, good diligence from VLT. They knew what happened last time. It was Reckoning who were able to push all the way out and then surprise the members of VLT. That was the reason why the follow was stolen away. But this time around, VLT anticipating, and I have to say, you know, Madeline with the Outlaw,
30
getting that
seconds left.
one important pick on BGG was the main reason why Paradox was able to survive, or rather, why Lightning Fast was able to survive all the way back in spawn with 21 HP. Otherwise,
planted.
this might have been an entirely different thing. Now, there's a few things that I noticed, right? Last time, the Viper wall was going all the way from the garage to the mid window. This time around, it's going from C all the way towards the mid window. Now, there are a few things that... Smart. There are a few things that you might want to change in terms of your executes, depending on what kind of wall Monair will use in the next few rounds. But that's going to be left for the next few rounds. Keeping these weaponries for this one is going to be the main name of game for VLT.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, at this point, for Velocity, it was all about just holding on to their weapons, and they've managed to retrieve that. Nothing given to Monier, but Monier on the look for maybe an exit frag, but does not get that either. As Velocity cruise through the anti-eco, a little bit of jitters in the mid-round, but everything looking good and dandy. At this point, Reckoning now committing for a buy. It's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. And you mentioned about the buy. I remember, you know, Monair just threw away the Outlaw. The Outlaw is a bit more expensive if you compare it with the Bulldog. So that's pretty smart in terms of the economics. Just a small bit of it. But again, I kind of like that idea. Another Viper wall this time around. This is for maintaining the control of the seaside while also blocking off the attackers from the garage. They're constantly changing it. They've got good ideas.
Ooh, deadly. Wanted to be aggressive. Damara gets that vision. Got that information. Monier unable to follow up. And now Damara still fails though. And Deadly, he racks up 2 kills. Velocity on the verge of a collapse here. As the numbers keep on dwindling down, Lightning Fast comes to the rescue. At this point, Monier stuck beside the Raidenite lob. And now Escarossi somehow squeezes an angle in, and Lightning Fast gets another. And just like that, numbers equalized. Escarossi knows the players are gonna come out, and Tricky surprises him. And Lightning Fast with no other option but to tuck his tails and run.
Deciding to try and find a timing to go towards the A side, but that's exactly what Reckoning have heard. Second guessing themselves out there, so they're just gonna hold on for a second out there though. Yep, they hear the plant. Gonna be running all the way towards the A. Lightning need to play aggressive to try and find some pick, but he's just gonna go passive all the way towards short. Just gonna make sure that there's no one coming behind him, so he can focus his attention all the way towards the spike. He's planted it in a way that he can play only from one angle though.
Interesting. Does not have any utility left. He's got a play on his aim, and we know it's quite cracked. At this point, Tricky triggering that diffuse, knows that he needs to take his sweet time. And for Reckoning, they're running out of time. Lightning Fast. It's a nice shot. It's not half diffuse, and Lightning Fast with the 4K is gonna seal things off. Well done, Lightning Fast. Just when the team needed, he stepped up, and this is what we were talking about.
What a phenomenal clutch from this player, and yes, he indeed is one of the strongest smokers the South Asia have. I did like the idea that Reckoning were trying to fight on site, right? And this is what we discussed looking the composition, that they want to control the site. They will stay there as long as possible. They will try to deny any kind of plant, and then will fight for that one space rather than going for the retake. They try to do the same thing. This time around, they want to try and play aggressive towards the A lobby. Want to deny some of the map control out there to VLT. VLT are absolutely happy giving away that space. They just want to hold down mid. This is what they normally do whenever they know that the enemy is on eco, is that they hold on, they wait for them to push out, only to punish them after that.
Oh, look at them. Reckoning already matters in terms of economy and velocity. They're still looking good. BGG just has that one Spectre. Barring that, no major ultimates available yet. And at this point, Lightning Fast already sitting on Yes, from the shadows. But look at Paradox. Needs to be very. He's playing with fire there. Contact made, and VLT succeed. Two players instantly picked off, and the site has opened up. A completely controlled by Velocity as they swarm in, get the spike planted, and Reckoning
30 seconds left.
just left stranded.
EGG has got a Spectre in hand, but the question is how much damage will that weaponry do? Either way, he's just trying to watch for any kind of flank. Simple shots are going to be landed on the other side. Monet, the only man with the Sheriff, maybe some damage can be dealt. Maybe you can tickle the economy. That's about it. BGG actually wants to play for a bit of eco damage out there. Look at this.
One enemy
Play
remaining.
for exits. If anyone's going to be showing up there, that is.
I mean, for BGG, this is something, hasn't worked out, right? The last time Nair did, he was picked off. Overextending himself, but still, the final pick secured, and Velocity easily get their fourth on the board. And this is where I think Tricky has to make a difference with his op.
Indeed has to. I was about to say that maybe we're going to see BGG opping out here, but it's going to be tricky though. Like the idea, it's going to be a glass cannon operator. The question is where is going to put it. Looking at the Viper wall again, it is similar to what happened in round number 3.
Scanning ahead.
Wanted to try and fight for that space this time around. VLT pretty aggressive over towards the A. They want to take that space away, and a good spam from Damara. Oh, just all the way down to 2 HP. Still manages to take the head of Tricky. And even Paradox is down to 42 HP out there.
This has gone bad to worse. The operator taken down, of course. Paradox will grab it back. Still not his favorite weapon of choice there. As VLT still huddled around the A side. Paradox goes for a peek, gets a pick there. BGG quick trade, and now it is Damara who's pretty low. And BGG cannot be making mistakes like that, as Damara did almost get away with murder. But Deadly to the rescue, and suddenly we are back to an extremely competitive 2v2.
I don't think so. As long as Lightning Fast's alive, it's not a competitive 2v2. Deadly is one away from his lockdown though.
One enemy remaining.
And indeed he's got that.
Can't rule
30
this
seconds left.
kid out. He's just too good. He's good enough to take down these two. This is something that I have been loving about Deadly, right? This split has been quite special for him. Good start, now also.
Absolutely, but the fun fact is they've lost that operator investment in the previous round. It was dropped all the way down in silvers. No one recovered it. They're going to be carrying those two weapons for the next round.
Come on, I mean, they still got a round. It's fine. I can live with that if I'm reckoning. Yes, it's going to hurt. I get it. But when you look at the bigger scheme of things, Reckoning would desperately need for one round. And they've managed to do that. A little bit of confidence instilled. And who knows? They can build up from here.
It is possible though. They've got the lockdown Armageddon available. But on the other side, Russ and Madeline, two big ultimates for the execute. Damara one away from his own overdrive as well. So maybe want to prioritize the op towards the C and then rush it all the way down. The wall again similar to what it's been in the last round as well as the round prior to that, as to all the way going from the C towards the garage. It's going to be a control for the C. They're ready to fight for the C side, but if you really look at it, the snake bite needs to land on time in order to actually go for a good stall. Otherwise, Damara is just gonna go out of that and probably get towards the backside. And this is the strength of Neon, right? With Jet, yes, you can updraft Tailwind and try to get onto the box, but Neon with the base always catches.
And it is Damara's Neon that we're talking about, who just, through the murky smoke, took down Tricky. And that did hurt. So, at this point, one of the best Neon players of the region. We know how good he is. And now Tricky, or in fact, rather Deadly, has been doing major heavy lifting. And, yeah, the other players also have to step up. But Reckoning They finally did manage to get that one round. They need a couple more, especially its defensive side. So somewhere getting around maybe 5 to 6 should be good enough. But it is VLT we're talking about. They've got so many layers in this strat book, and seems like it's a C execute.
Possible though, as I said, maybe prioritizing the orb and then running it down. Go up this time around. Want to push all the way towards the side. Backside. Oh, that small pocket being created, and with that, Monair not just catches one, but rather answers all four of the people. It's BGG for the last one. What a nasty 4K out there.
Yeah, Velocity surely did not see that coming. That tiny angle, and that's all he needed. That's the one angle that Velocity could not check, and the damage was done. Oh my goodness, Munir, this is what we've been talking about. They did everything right, and just when Damara wanted to squeeze in that area, he was surprised. And Reckoning answer back in due fashion.
Then they want to go explosive towards the A side, and both of them catching with the fault line. Madeline answers back with a Hunter's Fury, and they are indeed furious as Russ will catch jumping BGG. No escape from this lobby out here. Every single one of them just obliterated. Revenant is just crazy, man, in terms of being. He's the only one who's actually finding success apart from Unair.
I mean, it's still fine. I think Reckoning, they've
One enemy
well
remaining.
enough so far. Lightning fast, putting Deadly down, and will follow it up with Monier. And just that being said, 5 on the board, and Reckoning, their woes continue once again.
Getting 2 rounds out there, and after that, VLT answering back on the other side. But one good thing is that this time they've got the operator as well, with the shield. At the hands of Tricky, man has been struggling a lot. Plus, you can't really opt from the A-long angle. He has been punished there twice already.
Yeah.
There's just one fault line going in along on the back of probably a flash if they really want to, and Russ is ready for the exact same play this round as well.
Looking good. Shots taken, shots missed, but Damara, oh, got a little too greedy there, and
Good
Tricky will punish him. Does not miss the head this time around. Still, Velocity bent on anything towards A. They do act upon the Rolling Thunder deployed already. But look at BGG. He knows. Oh, he goes unchecked. Velocity should be anticipating this. Monier also in position. Escarossi in the meanwhile, still a lot of time left. As now, you can see Deadly 10's lockdown deployed. Lightning fast and Tricky get individual picks. Each BGG from the sewers. He's gonna get a double. And now Deadly 10 to close things off. Reckoning striking back. And the scales once again tipping in their favor.
Good early flank play by BGG, quickly TPing out of that wire. It was not anticipated by VLT at all, and then again Deadly 10 with the lockdown was just able to cage all the players inside. But it was all started on the back of that one operator shot which Tricky was able to land, and I love the play that Reckoning made this time. They knew that the fault line will be there, so they did not overpeak on that angle. Went back, and as soon as Davara wanted to scale up behind that, there was this perfect special delivery by Paradox, and he was able to set things up for Tricky.
Yeah, and it was so nicely done also. At this point, you know, it's kind of Reckoning being dependent on Velocity, getting into those bad positions and them really capitalizing, and also Deadly 10 in a good form really at this point. BGG, like you did anticipate, he's taken the role of opping for now, as Velocity a little slow around the sewers. They are pressing on 2 angles. It's gonna calm down. Who's got better timing? Who's got the better aim? It's gonna be Ross. A little on that off angle. Does take the operator down. And now for Madeline, he's gonna get all that information. But Deadly 10, nobody saw him coming there. Damara gets Monier though, and still Velocity flood onto the side and take control of A.
4v2 situation. Tricky and Paradox, the only 2 people left. No major utility apart from some salvos and a fast lane. All gonna go down to aim, and Tricky finds the opener.
Okay. Lane deployed. Paradox comes out of nowhere from the Seawest, trying to even the numbers down, but Madeline just too good for them. And SK Rossi puts Paradox to sleep. And Velocity lock in their 6th round.
I like the idea what Reckoning wanted to play early on. They changed the Viper Wall again this time around, all the way going from the Severs towards the B side, because they wanted to push C on the back of Tricky's ultimate overdrive. They did that, but really, they were not interested in C at all. They wanted to fight for A long as well as Severs. They took that control and just held that space down. We're waiting for the members of Reckoning to re-clear that space. And because there's no Sova in the lineup, you don't really have the outrun or the recons for that control. So you have to basically go for the dry peaks.
It's just not that. It's the amount of variations that Velocity are putting out, right? It's the same execute, but every time tweaking a few things here and there. And that seems to be making the difference. We've seen Velocity even losing that A control, but still hell-bent on A. And this time, they get that early pick and instantly back off. We headed towards C. From the shadows. Committed. Let's see, what are they up to? All the players just lining up, scaling towards C long. Toxic screen deploy. They need to change, check that hit angle. Yeah, this time pre-firing, ensuring Munier is not there. As for Reckoning, really will have to play on the retake.
Couple of people going in for that early flank as well, and on the back of it. They've taken down BGG, so no smokes available, but this toxic screen is actually going to divide the site in two.
Oh, that was nasty. Gazing right through his soul there, and deadly. Just makes it even worse for Velocity, as the numbers equally favored, but Ross to the rescue. Tricky this time not succeeding, and Ross out of nowhere pulls off a 3K, now on a one-on-one. Deadly barely has an HP to work around with, and Ross is no utils, and he is sticking it till the end, till Ross comes in with a 4K. And Velocity, they get their day saved once again by Mr. Ross, the Clutch Meister.
The internal clock running perfectly for the man. Peeked in at the very nick of time. Anticipating that maybe Deadly 10 was baiting on that first stab, but also realizing that maybe it's being full stuck. Again, utilizing the perfect opportunity. This first shot on Tricky was nasty. You can't even blame poor Tricky for that, man. He did everything he could. Went in for that wide dash just to rip the crosshair away, but it came down to that timing. It came down to that very last second of the peak, which was not there on time. This time around though.
Ooh, gets the spot.
Yeah, run away. Run all the way out there. Now this wall is pretty solid for you if you want to make a lurk play all the way from garage. But again, it's been anticipated by VLT.
Nah.
Yeah, they're gonna they should easily take this round.
Yeah, I mean, given the bias, just mainly on
I know
Sheriffs
exactly
and
Coming back.
Rock. Shenanigans, Deadly. Oh my god, what a worst timing to get out. Yeah, he does catch one, but look at the numbers. Already depleting on Reckoning side. Just 2 players alive. Paradox and Tricky do not have weapons. Just mesh Sheriff, and they won't be enough against this pummeling process by VLT
Last round before
that
the
they have
switch.
initiated. It's down to the final round of the half.
So much for the nerf on the slide accuracy of Neon. Still latches one on the head. But it's down to the wire now. Reckoning really need this one round in order to make it a 4-8 half and a competitive one as well. Otherwise, it's all gonna roll down on the other side. Deadly 10 is one away from his lockdown, but seems like they don't really want to play for the A side of Killjoy. Sending it all the way towards the C side, hoping he can get a pick and then get that lockdown out. Glass cannon operator as well in the hand, while VLT will rush down all the way towards C side.
Oh, this time Rolling Thunder deployed once again, and BGG's position absolutely compromised. Look at the aftershock, the flurry, but still he manages to escape. And now BGG, he is going to respond back. Damara has to be taken down. At this point, Lightning Fast just waiting for BGG. That toxic screen drops, and so does he. At this point, Munier fighting back, but was just better. Tricky.
Good shot.
The answer with an op. But SK Rossi is coming from the side.
Last
Paradox
player
right in front of him.
Spike planted.
Lackluster on the aim, gets punished. But Tricky, just too good. But will eventually fall in front of Ross as Velocity, sipping through their coffee, easily get their 9th round.
Trust me.
Perfect
they'll
play
know.
yet again, this time anticipating everything. A ton of utility being thrown all the way towards that corner. Seems like they were so very well prepared for all of that action. And seems like all the people out there are also prepared for the action that Omen laptops bring on your table, right? With up to 87,000 rupees of saving. It comes with an Intel i7 processor and also the latest RTX 5080. You've got amazing cashback options. Plus also you can get that HyperX wireless headset that normally is 11,000 and only just 500 rupees or rather 499. You save that one, you can buy yourself a trophy. And at the end of the day, you all get so many things. Just scan the QR code and eventually move out forward to maybe grab some amazing.
Yeah, it's just like a
Laptops for you.
freebie already on a very good device that you're getting, and you're getting a lot of juicy offers. So, might as well check that one out as we come back.
Revealing
9-3 swap and Reckoning. They have to move mountains right now, especially if they have endeavors on defeating Velocity on Heaven. Their map pick has Reckoning. They are stalling around the sewers and the mains. Look at the anticipation. 4 players on the A side and even the drone being taken down. Tamara, he wants to get a little up close and personal. Munir has taken a heap of damage already. Tricky taking a lot, and Lightning Pass will also seal the deal with Deadly barely having any options at all. It's going to be Munir put down to the ground, and it's a flawless from Velocity.
I anticipated maybe VLT are going to be caught by surprise out there with that Viper wall, to be honest, which was put up in a way that you can lurk all the way without letting anyone know from the A lobby and then surprise the person who's watching Sivers. But it seems like VLT were absolutely ready to give up all of that space and were like, sure, hop on the side, you need to come here, you need to plant. We'll be waiting for you. The only thing in the offer is going to be bullets right to your dome, and they were able to latch onto it perfectly. Lovely round out there, VLT 10-3. If you want to activate the 9-3 curse, you first need to win the pistol, and that is not happening.
I mean, at this point, with this investment, Reckoning, they need to do something extraordinary.
Like?
And interesting enough, for Reckoning, oh, Adeline. No, this is exactly what I was talking. They need to do something different. If BGG could get onto the side like that. Ross.
He held on the crosshair for 2 to 3 straight seconds, seeing what he's about to do, and then be like, alright, surprise, surprise. Recovered weaponry maybe, not yet though. Still hold their space. It's an extremely fast rush towards the side.
Oh, this is looking good. Now, Reckoning are making something happen. It's a 2-on-3 situation. They've got the numbers favoring them, but BLK is still overwhelming them, and it's going to be Ross once again. But this round was a little costly for Velocity, given the fact that they lost 4 of the players, so many weapons dropped. So, getting a full buy the next round, it's going to be a little tad difficult. They'll be, have to be convinced with just mere light armors.
Still have got the Phantom out in the hand, so maybe they can try and sort of squeeze out a buy out there. Look at that. Just waiting for 5 straight seconds. He's just watching.
Last player.
Surprise.
One enemy remaining.
But it's absolutely fine, right? Again, Reckoning though, this time full buy. The pressure is on to them. They need to win out on this one, and there's still 3 main rifles in the hands of VLT. The ball is going to go just like how it was in the pistol round.
And just to rub on their wounds, a stark reminder for Reckoning, if they lose this round, this map's gone. This map's done and dusted. They'll not have any economy left for the next one. And they will have to put the entire kitchen sink out of the window. Damara. He's gone now. Oh, Damara.
Coming back.
This nasty demon. Just ripping through their souls. And now Damara He's interested for round 2. Just waiting. Who's gonna be that brave soldier who comes in front of him? At this point, as Damara this time changes direction, Deadly 10 could be the next on his hit list. But Deadly 10, he's been squeaky. He's been sneaky. Timing is absolutely important in this one. And now Paradox gets spotted. Damara gets a pick, gets traded right off, and Madeline, ever so
30
poised,
seconds
did
left.
not even have to break a sweat in gating that control. And just like that, Reckoning once again thwarted off. Monet trying to get some B control. He's managed to somehow enter in, but now
Spike down
again,
mid.
the fault line deployed, just gets wrapped around from 2 directions, and just like that, VLT on the verge of winning
Match
map
point.
1.
Let's close up
We
shop.
got a stinger in the hand though from the previous round, but they would not mind it. Damara finding the opener and then following it up as well for the second pick. Madeline on the side answering back for the third, and I love the fact how Lightning Fast just waited, played the patience game and utilized the Viper wall of Monet to his own disadvantage. Rossi coming in, rotating all the way from C, or rather the garage, just to help his teammate out at B. Lovely play on the back of it. Now the last opportunity for Reckoning to maybe do something.
Yeah, some might still say it's over. But Reckoning, one last war cry, one last setup around the seaside. At this point, yes, Rossi, oh, he's getting a lot of information. He's gonna buy enough time. And this is where Reckoning, the cover has been blown, and Tricky will blow SK Rossi up, as well as Lightning Fast does find a trade there. And he is eager for more. Oh my god, he escapes with murder, and suddenly Reckoning, they've got no idea. Damara comes in for the cleanup, and VLT, wow, have easily bested Reckoning in their own map. Haven has been conquered, and VLT, all smiles on their faces.
I'm telling you, man, it's the haircut buff for Lightning Fast.
And the hair color on SK Rossi.
It's been always there,
Yeah.
but this Haven buff was definitely by Lightning Fast. But to be very honest, man, this is absolutely phenomenal with the way how this entire map flowed. Like last time fixes, when we saw both of these teams were colliding so very well with each other that it was going to an OT after OT after OT. But this time around, it seems like Reckoning were even less prepared, or rather VLT was so much more prepared for Reckoning.
I mean, I honestly could not feel there was even a single round where Reckoning had some control.
I agree.
The only rounds that they managed to scrape through were when maybe Deadly was making some nice plays, or he was getting on the good flanking angles, and you know, those hero plays were coming into place. But if you talk about strategically, well, it felt like Velocity was just miles ahead of them. They had answers for every single thing that Reckoning were putting on the board, and this is where, you know, even the players, just barring a couple of them, Tricky took his own sweet time to, you know, really activate himself, and he completely wasn't there in the game also. It was all about, I think, Deadly 10 making some impact, and that was also coming out of those off kills. There was just that one round where Monier played exceptionally well, but then what we saw was Velocity just instantly redirecting their intentions towards the A side. And, you know, after that, it never felt for a moment that, yes, Reckoning maybe could stage their comeback. VLT made it look so easy.
I absolutely agree. And on the back of it, I mean, I think so. We pretty much know who the MVP of this game is actually going to be, right? It's going to be Lightning Fast again.
Yeah.
The haircut buff is there, I'm telling you. With an ACS of 306, not a single first kills out of all the 19 that he has. And I think so
He
that
doesn't
is
need
one of the perfect stats for being a Smokes player.
Yeah, I mean, for lightning fast, all those clutchy plays that he made, we might not have seen enough of those clutches, but those mid-round kills that he took to somehow even out the numbers or get the numbers in their favor. Ross came in with some incredible clutches. He has been doing that time and again. And even SK Rossi, their presence in the last round just to buy enough time, and that pole pick. And Reckoning still not completely punishing him for that. You know, that is what baffles me. Were they scared, or were their hands shaky? Paradox is still taking his time to gel in with the squad. I don't feel like, you know, this is prime Paradox. I think we've seen much more better days, and yeah, it's gonna take some time. That's the problem, right? Reckoning do not have a lot.
I agree. In this scenario where you really are trying to fight or rather survive in the upper bracket, you only have got one opportunity and one chance. If you fall down to the lower bracket, yeah, that's probably it. You'd be done out there. But again, stats 9 first kills for VLT, 7 for Reckoning. So they were not that far behind, just a gap of 2, 1 here and there, and maybe the start would have changed. But look at the post plants. VLT were able to get the spike down 9 times out of the 12 rounds that they played out there. Last time when these two teams played on Haven, VLT could only manage to get 2 rounds on the attacking side. So the improvement is just stoic in this situation. 13-3 out of this world player from top 3 players of VLT. Russ is going 15-5. He's only died 5 times out of the 16 rounds that we've played. It's less than 1 in 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, majority of the rounds when his presence was needed, he stepped up. Just comes in, gets the clutch. Even when we had the swap being done in the second pistol, it did come down to a very close... In fact, this anti-eco round, it did come down to a 1v1 situation where Ross was the one who got the clutch for his team. When just we were thinking that yes, Reckoning might pull off a thrifty there, that was also put to rest. So that is how good not just Ross, the entire team of Velocity is. I mean, just simply put, everybody did their job well. They played good Valorant, and Reckoning could not show up. Just bluntly put there. And now, just to make matters worse, we are going to be heading towards Lotus, which is literally Velocity's playground.
I mean, in this scenario, I just want to bring out a couple of, you know, stats out there. Maybe not right now, but this Lotus map might actually fall into VLT's hand, given the history of Reckoning and their way, how they can't really close things out that very well on this one. So we'll have to see, but I'm going to put my eggs in VLT's basket.
Yeah, of course it will be there, and we're going to talk more about that after this short little break.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. Let's go. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch.
open. This is your moment. Turn away, feel the pain. It's your fate, celebrate. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake. Falling again. Eyes wide open. Go get your freedom. We gotta stay awake.
Renegade, Perisco, 24. Add more blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit, room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the and move. Get lifted, body new get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain, though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy, so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Perisco, 24. Add more blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an O3 kit, room, boom, up 400, that's whoa. Got to see 100 the and move. Get lifted, body new get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Green pet flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinner. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为现将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。月落下，扣紧我外套。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that long break, we are back again and ready with map number 2 between these two amazing teams, VLT and Reckoning. First of all, apologies again for a very long break, and we really appreciate your patience. Thank you so very much. We fixed every single thing that needed to be fixed, but has Reckoning done that, Necro? That is going to be the big question.
I'm pretty sure the amount of time they got in that break a while ago is not going to be enough for them to fix all those loopholes, specifically on the map Lotus. And let's speak about fixing things, right? In Split 1, Velocity and Reckoning Esports did fight against each other. And then the map of Haven went quite deep for Reckoning Esports. They were doing quite decent for themselves, but that was also a learning curve for VLT against Reckoning Esports. And now you clearly saw the results of that in front of you.
Absolutely. Again, it was not even close at this time. Like, let's be brutally honest. A 13-3 scoreline, that's a smashing and a pretty hard one at that. And when we talk about Lotus, I think so we have seen VLT time and time again perform so very good on this map. that it just seems that they just seem an unbeatable team right now. You just can't think of taking a match away from them unless you steal a map away. Maybe Reckoning can do this because they love to play on this map too.
Still, there's a lot of maybes, ifs, and buts, but somewhere down line, we know that Velocity is someone that can end up dominating this map too, since it's their map pick as well. And even in the past, they have defeated Reckoning Esports on this map itself in quite a one-sided score. So I would love to see what sort of an improvement Reckoning Esports have made on this map, particularly because VLT definitely made a lot of improvements on Haven when they faced off against Reckoning Esports once again, and Velocity just one-sided defeated the players of Reckoning Esports, manhandled them. So I would love to see at least a bit of a resistance from the side of Reckoning Esports on Lotus this time around.
Absolutely. No change for VLT though on their composition, but for Reckoning, Omen, Viper, along with the Neon, last time when they were playing it, they had the Wise, Breach Teho as well as the Yoru into the mix. So kind of leaning away from the Yoru and back into the Neon. I think so Yoru would have actually fit pretty well in this comp. But, well, all in all, we'll just have to wait and see how that one eventually pans out, as VLT will start on defense, Reckoning on attack. And the biggest problem on this map, Necro, is the fact that Chamber in the hands of SK Rossi has always been so annoying to deal with.
Without a doubt. I mean, Chamber, he's always been someone that really does reward you when you've got good aim, and we have seen prime examples of that, specifically from the man himself, which is SK Rossi. And we all know Chamber is also considered like a duelist at the end of the day, right? The only reason why Chamber is called a Sentinel is because of the trademark that he's got available. That's the only thing that's really keeping the man a Sentinel and not a duelist. But at this point in time, I'm pretty sure SK Rossi will be using this character as a complete duelist.
He always plays it way too far ahead and aggressively, man.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to play him, man.
I kind of agree. But we'll just have to wait and see. This one, at least for now.
Okay.
What a shot.
A way to kick things off. The rip. SK Rossi getting that first connection right through the dome. A bit of a resistance maybe can be there from the side of Reckoning Esports if they really want to. SK Rossi, a lot of that pressure was put on the man, so instantly fades away. Teleports away back towards B. This is going to be an easy side take for Reckoning Esports. To give them a tough challenge this time around is going to be tough, but still, a retake is more than possible. A 4-on-4 situation at the end of the day, and Velocity has been feeling themselves at the top of their game. They also do have the mechanics down pretty well. And Velocity, a bit of those combination plays sort of helping him out, but what am I watching? A massive play from Paradox on the back of that guy that Salwo did get the kill.
Last player
But
standing.
then on the back of it, they were not really able to reply back that well, but still Reckoning Esports, they do take this pistol round home. Things would have been much worse. But it all comes down to Paradox and his difference maker with that utility.
Important pistol round for Reckoning. They lost both in the previous one, so had to win this one in order to get a good start, at least for this one round. And yes, important guided salvos, as you rightly pointed out as well. All the way down towards the drop and a bit over towards the heaven side. Were able to get that two crucial picks, which brought it down to a 2v2. Otherwise, VLT were looking to retake that side very fast.
It was such a crazy combo too. The Neon used the relay bolt, and the moment that happened, man, he utilized his guided salvos. It's just brutal. And if you're Velocity in that position, you can't even do anything. The moment you peek out, you're already concussed. There's no way you're going to win a duel. So you just have to sit there like a duck and accept your fate.
And that's exactly what they did as well. But that fate is something SK Rossi wants to change this time around, playing way too far ahead, outside of the range of his rendezvous.
Okay. Even though he is there, way too far away, still the opponents are going to be scared of the man. He was already able to connect the first headshot to the Headhunter. A Bucky on the other side of this door. And instantly the Neon walked in. The Bucky was right to his face. Shut down. Now the man gets his hands on the Phantom as well. That's going to be an important weapon retrieved.
Big important rifle out there because that was the only one for Reckoning. They've got a couple of Bulldogs along with a Stinger in the hand, so Tamara is pretty healthy as well out there. They're going to be planting towards B, but have left deadly 10 for that late lurk play, or at least to maintain control over the connector.
3 players standing for Reckoning Esports. This take now just seems even tougher.
Oh, I like it.
But still, these 3 players, they've got the upgraded weaponry, so anything can happen at this moment. But still, Velocity starting to dominate through, just WPing their way towards the site. No resistance faced whatsoever. Deadly 10, the man has got his hands on the breach, but he can't do anything. They're trying to go for this concuss, but it just did not really work out.
Wanted to try and find an angle out there, and Lightning Fast gave him exactly that. Coupling it up with a couple of bullets to the dome. What a lovely round yet again. A bit unanticipated by Reckoning. They did not expect SK Rossi to play so far ahead. He got the opener again with the Headhunter, and then Damara getting that Bucky pick and stealing away the Phantom. Turned the entire round to its head, and he also gave it away to Madeline, understanding that he's going to be the first entry. So Madeline, those are the safer hands for that rifle.
Yeah, and the crazy part is VLT won a half buy.
Absolutely.
So that also is something that you need to consider.
Oh my god.
Velocity winning the eco round now just puts them in a massive pedestal. And SK Rossi will constantly keep on punishing the boys. Reckoning Esports don't even get a chance to get the side relief. Deadly 10 all the way back towards spawn. Lightning Fast and towards the C site, waiting for the players to walk in his crosshairs. And I'm pretty sure the moment that happens, the man's going to be connecting every single shot possible.
Last player
Tricky
standing.
does not really have a lot of HP to sustain all the bullets that's going to be on his way. And in the end, it's going to be Velocity with the second round on the board. Now the economy is definitely in shambles, but Reckoning Esports at least will have something to buy this round. And this is going to be the most important round. Reckoning Esports, they need to win it.
The economy on the other side is snowballing though. That is a big problem. So this round becomes even more crucial, as you rightly pointed it out. Couple of half shields as well with a Regent shield out there. This is technically a bonus round for VLT, and they've got so much in their bank account. Only 2 players buying. SK Rossi one away from his tower defense as well, so they still want to start aggressive over towards the A side. And Reckoning have decided they're just going to give that space away. Lightning. Surely he's not going to still stand there, or he actually will.
Yeah.
They've got both the extremities control.
Man, steal.
Go, go, go.
Not scared of anyone. At the end of the day, still what am I watching? Reckoning Esports. They've already got the entry towards the B site, but still they haven't cracked it open yet. The floodgates are open, but Velocity on the other side is ready with the barricades. Stopping them on the way. No chance for them to survive on towards the B site. And SK Rossi, his cross is straight, but he still gets shut down. A quick shot to the skull of SK Rossi puts him to sleep. But for Reckoning Esports, the woes continue. A 1-on-2 in the end, left over in the hands of Monair. Can he really clutch it out? That's the real question.
Difficult. He's got the snake bite to work with though.
And almost on the verge of maybe finding Lightning Fast too. Slow and steady approach towards the site.
30 seconds
Mara's
left.
watching all the way towards the spawn, so he's got a lot of
enemy
intel as
remaining.
well. Monair gets the first. Tries to reposition
Oh!
the crosser for the second. And he gets the taps connected to the skull of Lightning Fast. What a big blunder this was from VLT.
They were watching different angles and the individual was offered, and I was about to say, you know, that when Monair got the pick on SK Rossi, Lightning Fast had enough time to actually pick a rifle off the floor, but he just did not decide to do that. Keeping his hands on the Bulldog and just 10 HP in the hands of Monair, that's the Bulldog diff.
Velocity played that perfectly.
Until the last minute.
Until the last minute. But still, it's an individual's fault, and that is Lightning Fast. Simple. He had all the advantage in the world to actually take down the player as well. You clearly saw the initial shots were missed and how low the player was, but still Lightning Fast whiffed those shots when it mattered the most. And that's why now Velocity is sitting on a 2-2 scoreline, or else it could have been 3-1.
Probably. To be very honest, Reckoning are going to be super happy about it now.
Oh, without a doubt, but still, economy in the hands of Velocity is really good.
Yeah, I mean, that happens when you actually went out on a round where you just spot a Bucky. Trap play right now, Paranoia on the back of all time. EGG still surviving.
Damara has pushed him real deep. Good Paranoia to try and suppress the man, but I highly doubt that's going to be successful. They still do wait it out all the way towards C main, and just imagine the amount of info the players have gotten.
Yep.
Velocity controls a lot of momentum right now in this current round. 4 players all the way towards Rubble. Looking forward to maybe move inside of the A site, but I think it's going to be fake. They are going to redirect themselves probably towards B. Viper's Pit committed as well, but no, instead they do decide to go towards the A side itself. But SK Rossi waiting with his arms open, welcoming the players on towards the site. Not whipping a single shot this time around. Even Russ is right there around the Viper's Pit, and he will catch the another man as well. Oh boy, Velocity just funneling in those kills.
Oh my goodness, Reckoning, that was again I have to say, you know, they had so much information around the C side. They saw the stun, they saw the paranoia, they knew the Neon was there, 3 people rushing down C. I was really expecting them to quickly pace up towards the A side, but by the time they decided to take rubble,
Too late.
That was too late. VLT had already rotated 3 to 4 of their members. They tried to brute force their way with the Viper's Pit, but that eventually did not work out. VLT just had numbers.
That was actually one of the main reasons why I thought they might just redirect themselves to B. Because they were already too late to rotate towards the A side, and the defenders knew what exactly is coming through. But hold on to that thought. Anyways, the defenders are just doing really good for themselves. Getting a quick 2-piece off that aggression on towards C. SK Rossi suppressed, falls back. Beautiful flash that was. The angle retaken in the hands of Reckoning Esports, but the site still is not opened up yet. Floodgates are open though, but Velocity, it seems like they're ready with the barricades. Just want to stop this flood off the rip. There is the outlaw available in the man's hand, and the man's not going to be stopping anytime soon. SK Rossi with a 2-can tomorrow to close things off.
Simple, easy round out there again. Mounting out a couple of players over towards the mound and then moving all the way back on side. Discipline from VLT. They made a mistake out there in round number 4, deciding not to repeat the same thing again. It's got some crucial ultimates up right now.
Report picks.
Absolutely. They've got the Nightfall available, so if in case Reckoning decide to try and brute force their way on the back of the Armageddon as well as the Overdrive, you've got almost the exact same utilities on the other side to answer that back as well. Madeline Nightfall, Damara with his own Overdrive. SK Rossi was playing with the Outlaw in the previous one, but now he's considering to buy that Operator as well. Fun fact is, if there was a Yoru in this composition of Reckoning, they would have had a good amount of utility to not just remove SK Rossi from a specific angle, but also to try and chase him down, set things up on the back of the fault line and dimensional drift play, maybe catch a few people out there, do some flash TP plays. There were many openings, but now since you're running this Neon, you really have to just brute force your way towards the side.
But still, composition-wise, in my opinion, Reckoning Esports takes the cake.
Yeah,
they've got much more better utilities compared to the players of Velocity because, of course, that Tejo makes a massive difference. And let's not forget even that Viper. So composition-wise, Reckoning Esports have already won, but the way they're utilizing the composition is a massive problem. And that's why Velocity is constantly abusing them, just on the fact that Velocity's mechanics are much more on par.
The better.
Yeah.
Simply said that they're much better right now in terms of the confidence as well.
Cover going out.
Rossi though this time around going outside B. Now look at this fun thing, right? Really are not even using any major utility over towards the A double because they know Reckoning are not fighting that space. Just dropped a fast lane out there and hitting all the way towards C. Nightfall as well to give out a decent amount of information of just one player, nothing more than that.
Oh. And on the back of that stun, they instantly make the pounce as well. Even the Overdrive now committed. Velocity. The only thing they see in front of their eyes is now going to be blood. They just want to try and take down the opponents, completely dismantle them. But still, Damara taking out the Overdrive now out of commission.
At the HP.
Esports needs to do something. A big mistake from BGG. Should have waited for the smoke to bloom, but he still went for that cross no matter what. Such a big rookie mistake. Do not expect from a man like BGG in that instance. A 3-on-4 in the makings. Reckoning Esports. All the eggs now in one basket. They just need to hope for the best no matter what. Velocity having the man advantage. They've also got better positioning. Let's see what Reckoning Esports can really do to try and get the side in their hands. Luckily enough, Reckoning Esports, they have gotten their free hand on towards this site. But Velocity's going to try to play it completely on retake.
4 people out there, a ton of utility in their own hand as well. Flashpoint for Russ, SK Rossi with the Operator. Yeah, they should be able to retake this. There, on the back of that flash, will be taken down, lightning fast. Riki already for the man though, but there's going to be the Rolling Thunder invested.
Oh, the Operator though. Still ready and primed. Beautiful shot of Paradox, and that's going to paralyze the players of Reckoning Esports. Not a lot could have been done in that scenario. But Velocity squeezing back-to-back rounds, now getting a series of rounds in their hands. The momentum that you speak of, the economy that you speak of, it's going to be completely in shambles.
Again, goes down to the same thing, brute forcing their way, not having enough breathing room on the side to try and work around with. And then preemptively using the Rolling Thunder as well to try and equalize the odds. I do understand what Reckoning are trying to pull out there, but it seems like their players are working on different tangents.
Yeah, and the main issue is that Velocity is also going to get the Rolling Thunder up. They just need one more Ultimate Orb. That's it.
I don't think so. Russ is even going to hunt for that orb. He can probably get one by picking someone off.
Just go for a kill.
He's doing that pretty well these days.
And that's what really separates Velocity from other teams, because they're just confident. It feels like Velocity's got one thing down in their mental, and that is that they think there's no competition in this region for them. And that mentality is really helping them just straight up smurf against every other team they're being put up against.
Seems like they've got something to do after this game, so they'll eventually try to win this one as quickly as possible. But you know, this timeout becomes even more crucial for the side of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
Because if in case they're not able to bring something out after this, that means you've already lost almost 50% of your attacking rounds. And with the composition that they're pulling, Necro, they do not have a Sentinel. So the defense side should technically be weak, considering that Monair will play anti-lurk. Most of the times, it will still be just 4 players trying to hold on to the side. They're deciding to run it down over towards the sea. Lightning fast, can't even TP out of there. Tricky, being faster than him.
A quick one this time from Reckoning Esports. Velocity knows what they need to do. Just buy time, wait for the overdrive to expire. And that's what is exactly happening. Beautiful stunt, but even a counter stunt comes into play. And because of that, Velocity cannot push through. I like the counter utility usage from the side of Reckoning Esports, really keeping the players of Velocity guessing. And they just cannot really find that breathing room on towards the site. But if you've got a man like SK Rossi, even in a small window, is still able to deliver. And then Damara on the back of that gets a quick 2-piece, and even SK Rossi, the man's unstoppable at this point. As a team, Velocity just seems superior.
In the round when Reckoning decided to push spawn, VLT sent out a couple of players for the flank. It just seems that everything that Reckoning is trying to do, VLT have got a counter prepared for that. And I just love the pace at which they are playing. As soon as they realize that, alright, spawn is where Reckoning are fighting hard, that means Waterfall should be open. They quickly pivoted towards Waterfall. Stalled by the Poison Cloud for a while, absolutely fine. Then they pushed all the way. Skiros this time again want to play aggressive towards the B side, while towards A. Seems like they've got something ready to fight trouble. Reckoning this time around. Sends out a fast lane only. Opener.
This man is all over the place, and I just love the amount of commitment that SK Rossi showcasing. This time around, though, gets taken out. Is not going to be able to get another kill, but he's still done his job. Situation's taken down to a 3v3. Reckoning Esports, on paper, does have a bit of that advantage.
Oh my goodness, Damara. Reckoning are not going to anticipate Damara being so far ahead, that too so quickly.
Yeah, but there's Damara, so
He does not know where Damara is. Now he does, but damage has been done.
still a big mess up, though. Reckoning Esports, desperate measures, and they desperately need this round. With 79 HP, BGG gets done. That's going to be the opening that Velocity was trying to capitalize on. Madeline's position now noticed, but even BGG's position's compromised. Somehow drops down, gets that kill. A bit of a whiff coming through from Madeline, and that's going to cost the round. Reckoning Esports finally break through the curse, and they get one round on the board for themselves. 3 in total.
Important round after the timeout as well. They did lose out that 8th round, but they didn't have the economy for that one, so it's absolutely fine. This was the main impact of that timeout out here. 6 rounds already on board for VLT, but at least Reckoning are slowly and steadily keeping up. Trades out there by Tricky as well. Understanding the range he needs to be at from SK Rossi to try and survive through the burst of that shorty. Running all the way down towards Mound though, this time Rossi forced to use the TP.
Teleports back in.
That was so good from Paradox. He preemptively placed the guided salvos where the rendezvous would be, getting a freebie out here. Smart play from Reckoning.
They've realized one thing, getting rid of SK Rossi is really helping them try and sustain these rounds. And that's why they're constantly targeting SK Rossi too. But even SK Rossi seems quite versatile. He's constantly switching between the sites, keeping the opponents guessing. But since the past 2 rounds, considering this one in as well, SK Rossi has been getting shut down instantly. And that's been a problem for VLT because now they're not able to squeeze through with a lot more rounds anymore. Lining fast, position compromised towards the pillar, and he still shuts down the players entering inside of the site. Even Russ was able to reply back pretty well. Lightning Fast eventually gets cut off towards the site, but now it's down to just Russ. All the pressure on the back of this man's shoulder. Not exactly pressure. Russ knows it's completely fine even if they do end up winning, but Reckoning Esports, even they're starting to break the momentum of Velocity at this point.
Specifically Paradox, my man is starting to hit some nasty shots out there.
Needs to as well, because the previous map, the man was on sleep mode.
I mean, same thing could be said for Tricky right now, and
Yeah,
the problem is he's constantly hitting the snooze button instead of actually waking up. But it's absolutely fine right now. Again, some good important rounds for Reckoning. Slowing the pace down after taking the mount take and then forcing the errors out of VLT. This was the Reckoning that we saw all the way back in Split 1 though, but a fast pace hit outside of the scene, trying to catch the players out there, but the pinch was not there from the B side, so Reckoning survive.
It's fine though. I don't think the main intention of Velocity was to go for a pinch or any sort of kills. It was more about establishing that dominance and getting the map control in their hands. SK Rossi, the man is still behind this area as he gets caught eventually around the corner. And Reckoning Esports, once again, the floodgates are now open towards the A site. Lightning Fast, the man needs to be the difference maker, wants to drop down as well. Is it going to be safe enough though? That's my real question.
Lovely stun out there. BGG finds the pick, and there's the Armageddon to force them back.
Not exactly sure how much of a usage that's going to be there, but the Omen gets spotted. The recon helping the man out.
Paradox is low.
Madeline has no clue that there's a flank coming through from mid. Needs to watch out. He's getting wrapped up all the way from his back. A man towards 3, even the backline's not going to be secured. Madeline's got no clue. The backline's not secured. Look towards your left, Madeline. But he does not, and Paradox with that wrap-up gets a successful round secured.
Lovely wraparound by Paradox as well, quickly taking the space on the back of the Armageddon, and then closing it all out from stairs. Smart play from the guy. And he's the main reason now the team is stepping up. Every single one of them slowly and steadily. Look at that. SK Rossi getting a bit too greedy out there, but at the same time, Reckoning just so adamant on punishing him for that play and falling it all the way out. It seems like Reckoning are now understanding that VLT are playing more on individuals, so they're deciding to punish that,
Yeah,
and it's been working out.
It's a little too late to understand though. That's what they were doing even on the map of Haven. So yeah, realizing it on Lotus might just be too late. And let's not forget, that's just one strategy from their strat book revealed. Velocity probably has dozens of them stacked over.
Look at that Nightfall.
Yeah, and that's going to be revealing the positions too. Fade's going to be a nuisance. GG though. This Lurk was able to catch one important frag. Even the Fade was almost about to get taken out, but that Prowler hits the bullet. And that's why Madeline is now surviving. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but the Prowler took the bullet. And that's why Madeline's alive. But the Rolling Thunder invested now.
Moned.
Doing anything that he can. Lightning Fast from the doors!
Oh!
He's just tapping away! It's gotta be a joke. There's the Omen on the right side, and Lightning Fast still goes for the peek. Pulls out the shorty! And he wins that duel! That was indeed Lightning Fast! Headshotting them, just tapping away! In a lightning fast pace. It's tough for me to believe I just witnessed such a clutch. What was that? For a moment it seems unthinkable. For a moment it seems inhuman.
It indeed was. The snap onto the second player. So very crisp.
I can tell the aim lapse is paying off.
I agree. First run fine, but the second and third, oh my
disgusting
goodness.
The crazy part is Reckoning Esports did not do anything wrong in that. They peeked him properly. It was a proper double peek, but they still lost it because the man's just that cracked.
Snapped. He just snapped. This is the strength of VLT. You've got so many players who are absolutely cracked, you know, just one round here and there, and that's about it. They will get you one round individually. That's exactly what happened in the previous one. But alright, fast hit over to C.
This time around, Velocity starting to face a bit of that front. Still though, even Steven trades on the board. 1 for 1. Paradox taken out for Reckoning Esports, which is something they can afford on. But now SK Rossi, once again, the headhunter needs to start hunting the players. And look at this cheeky angle Monair's created for himself.
Yeah.
Is he going to be expected over here? Maybe the answer is going to be no.
No.
He's completely unchecked. The players are walking in towards the site, but still Monair's not going to have a free hand on the players yet.
Low HP on Madeline and Damara though.
Rossi! What about watching? These snaps are insane! Was looking somewhere completely else, but still snaps right onto the skull, shuts the players down and towards sight.
What?
And then the remaining players, they just wrap things up, just mopping the floors with the dead bodies. And yeah, a little bit of salt on top of the wounds, it's something we're used to seeing now.
It's Damara after all. I've known him for doing all of that, but what a round from VLT. 3 of the players were having HP combined less than 70. In a pistol round like that, this should have gone for Reckoning. They had everything, but then again, SK Rossi decides to snap with a headhunter. Catches a couple of players on the back of it, and then boom. There's a change in the Viper wall this time around. They're going all the way towards the ace spawn, or rather the barrier. This time, Reckoning want to fight out for Rubble.
And unfortunately for Tricky, gets caught. How unlucky you have to be for that to happen to you.
It's been happening for 2 maps.
Yeah. But Tricky has been deactivated from the start. And let's speak about Damara on the other hand though. This man is unstoppable on a killing spree. Constantly hitting those shots. Making the players of Reckoning Esports constantly bleed. They cannot even get a time off.
One enemy remaining.
They're being overworked at this point. Damara's on the verge of getting an ace. And we all love to see these A's being denied, right?
Steal.
Someone needs to steal it away. There's no way
Madeline.
a man is able to get an ace, but this time, maybe he will. Damara now knows exactly where the last man is positioned to, and there's no way he's going to go for a beautiful relay bolt. That's going to stun the player, and he still gets denied. Oh my god. That's got to be hurting.
You sent out a relay bolt there. You sent out the fault line on the back of it, and still BGG hits the headshot with the Sheriff.
Have we seen an ace in Split 2 yet? I don't think.
We have actually seen a couple of aces, to be very honest, if I'm not wrong about that.
In Split 2?
Yeah, we have.
I think maybe just one.
It was,
I don't think
it
more
was,
than that.
It was me and Fixers who were casting that game, I remember.
Interesting. Oh, I do remember. Yeah, I do remember. It was one of those games where both the teams were throwing too much. I remember now. But you know what? Reckoning Esports.
If that's more common space out there, but as you said, Reckoning this time, they've given up the entire side. VLT easily taking it away. CC was already out there, Damara on 6 HP, but as long as the man survives, they've already got the weaponry as well, and this is very much doable. They've got a couple of rifles on board, a Guardian as well.
Drone is down.
4 on 5 though. Man advantage counts, and that's the most important thing. Velocity. They now need to stop this flood, and they easily will too. It's not even a question, not even breaking a sweat, as they break the opponents in half.
That's a bonus conversion if I'm not wrong. VLT. As close as the first half could get, they were like, yeah, that's as close as you'd be allowed to do so. No Sentinel out there whatsoever. They're just absolutely massacring everyone. And look at this. Damara now playing with a Stinger full shield. Why? Because it's just going to go out of there with the overdrive. They're ready to take the Rubble space. And Rubble is always where we need to see the fights. Reckoning have neither been winning the Rubble fights on their attack. They never showed up their face there. And this time around on the defense, but again, giving all of that up.
Oh, quick take this time around. Once again, Damara, Man's activated himself, but Tricky wants to make things a little bit more trickier for the lads of VLT, but when you've got a man like Damara just popping off on different margins and trying to stop you in cracks and constantly run you down, Damara, stop it! This has got to be a joke. He's disrespecting every single player. Someone needs to try and stop Damara at this point. That overdrive has given too much value. He's squeezing out too much value from that ult. 16 HP in hand. This time around, he needs to convert an ace, right? There's no way he gets denied twice. But he's only got 16 HP in hand, so denying it gets even easier. That's why he's sent to bait in front. But he's the one to get picked off first. It's so funny. The only reason why he sent the fade first was to know the exact location, and he wanted to bait him. But he's the one to get taken down first instead.
Oh, I feel like I'm watching Texture right now. Always on that 4K. Unfortunate for Damara.
No
Yet
way.
again. And fun fact, it was BGG on the other side this time as well. With the Sheriff. Crazy how lightning can actually strike the same place twice.
Just find it too funny. Because that happens to me every time. When I try to bait my teammate, I'm the one who gets taken out first. I don't know if that's karma or something, but whatever.
The difference is Damara gets a 4K and then he waits the teammate.
Spike down A.
Alright, buddy. I don't take any personal shots over here, alright, man? Don't forget, you're sitting right next to me. And I'm what, like 50 more kilos heavier than you? So don't mess with me, buddy.
It's absolutely fine. I can run faster.
No, you can't. I can. You're sitting right next to me. I can get a grip on you easily. But you know what? We need to focus on the game right now. Velocity. Just 3 players remaining this time around for Reckoning Esports. This can be the opening they were exactly looking for. And Velocity at this moment, they want to move on towards the A side. It's completely anticipated by the players of Reckoning Esports too. And Velocity has easily walked in as well. But still, we haven't seen that proper rotation from Reckoning Esports. Giving the individual duels in the hands of Reckoning Esports like that. And these isolated duels can really take away the advantage that you've already got. And look at that smoke.
Nice.
It's going to help Lightning Fast to push himself a bit more deep. And he's also got a decent amount of control once again. He's going to re-smoke that angle and fall back. He gets the confirmation. And now Velocity can work around the site much more better.
Still a special delivery available. Not hit the mark though.
Oh my god, but SK Rossi definitely does! A 3K once again on towards the site to try and stop everyone that tries to maneuver. And in the end, it's a 4K as well.
4K Rossi.
It
Back on
continues.
board. I mean, it's funny at this point how every time VLT are getting a 4K and they're always being denied an ace. This time around though, the choice wasn't his. Madeline found the open on the back of that 3v5 if I'm not wrong, and then SK Rossi just turning into a beast.
Genuinely speaking, this now just seems unfair. I hate to say it. I don't want to say it, but this just seems unfair for Reckoning Esports. This is a single-handed beatdown. And that too against one of the strongest teams inside of this region. And if they're getting beat down in such a way, it really makes you question a lot of things. And just look at Damara. He's straight up just smurfing in the lobby, connecting every single shot that he can even imagine of. Shorty pulled out for the up close and personal combat. Even that's gonna find the kill. Paradox, he tried to do something, tried to be the difference maker, but since he was the only one in that instance, he was not able to get a lot done. But Deadly 10 with a nice 2K, still maybe keeping his team alive in this scenario. Look at SK Rossi. He's got a massive flank going on. Even a Rolling Thunder invested at this point.
Lovely. They all knew that there was a Rolling Thunder. Everyone's been playing offside, and SK Rossi has got a perfect timing on that lurk. It's going to be a double peek from main and stairs.
Tricky.
One enemy remaining.
Go for the fake tap. He does as well, but unfortunately for Reckoning Esports, those efforts are not going to be enough. Solid stuff from Velocity, learning from their past mistakes, especially on the map of Haven, and then dominating just as usual on Lotus. Nothing really new this time around on the block from VLT, but Reckoning Esports, for them, this is going to be a massive learning curve.
And at least my pick'ems have been going right till now.
I really want to say something,
Go
but
ahead.
I'm not going to say something.
Go ahead.
But you know what's important? Reckoning Esports have lost this. and that means they're going to move on to the Lord's bracket. That means now the sword of elimination looms over their head.
That's the big thing about it as well, because and it's one of those early rounds of the lower bracket run as well. They've got to win that one, and then there's one more match, and after that, and they eventually have a chance to qualify for the LAN right now. But by the way, on the other side of the spectrum, VLT becomes the first team to qualify for the VCSA split to LAN, and I guess we'll be seeing them all the way out there after taking that flight. But that's the fun part about it, right? A pretty solid game, and they did not even break a sweat in the entire series.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's something we all saw coming, right? Velocity was anyways going to make it there, and we all know it's one of those teams that is still yet untested by anyone inside of the current tournament. So for Velocity, I'm pretty sure the future is bright before teams like Reckoning Esports, who are still trying their best to make some sort of mark, make some sort of dent in the scene. They've got a lot to work on.
Lot indeed, because there were so many loopholes in the plays of Reckoning as well, which we'll see in the highlights us on the other side of the spectrum. Like VLT, yeah, they were looking crispy, but Reckoning had so many opportunities, they had so many chances, but they were making those unconventional mistakes. I don't know if it was because of the pressure, or it was just, I mean, you know, one of those off days for the players. But even BGG and Monair, who normally look very cool, calm, composed, even they were making those kinds of mistakes, which we never really anticipate from them. And again, after all of that, there were some of the snappy plays, maybe Lightning Fast, SK Rossi, Russ as well in the first map, Damara in this entire map, eco-fragging, I would still say.
It all started when Damara started pulling out the shenanigans.
Eco-fragging.
The moment Damara got that confidence, the entire team just started a steamroll.
Yeah.
It was all about that one single playmaker. Because before that, things were still quite back and forth. Both these teams were putting equal amount of pressure on each other. But then after that one play from Damara, it felt like it just released a lot of pressure on the players of VLT, and they just started playing with a complete free mindset, like they've got nothing to lose anyways.
I 100% agree. And VLT showcasing why this map is called an attack-centric map, why all the other teams love to play on this map on the attacking side. And fun fact, I still remember they mentioned that this is a composition that they enjoy playing. It's not something that they're prepared for a proper comp type composition. They're like, we enjoy playing, it's working out, so we're going to use it as long as it's working out.
It's one of the most versatile compositions too, right? It's not just like you're limiting this composition to one single map. You can pretty much copy and paste this composition on every other map that you want, be it Split, be it Ascent, on any other map that you can imagine of. But for now, we've got the MVP of that previous game, of course, without a doubt. It's not even a question. The man himself, Damara, who was just wreaking havoc, just making the opponent's life miserable. He was the living nightmare.
He had 8 kills in 2 different rounds, across total 3 rounds. And he's got 24 in total. 16 before that. So, I mean, just 2 rounds can actually change the entire way of the game. But he's got 5 first kills, so that's pretty solid. And damage per round of 218. On a duelist, he was absolutely cracking those heads though, but looking at the entire stats, VLT having 12 first bloods, out of those 5 are of Damara, and the rest of them probably split between SK Rossi and maybe Lightning Fast on some of the other places. But here's the thing, you know, one fun stat, 9 times Reckoning were able to take the side away from VLT, and I think so that's still pretty solid stat, but when it came down to the conversion rate, that's where the problem began.
What are you going to do with the side when you're losing the round?
Exactly the point. They could not hold on to the spike plant. That was the big problem that they had.
That's the main issue. I mean, look, no matter what, you can try and brag about these stats that, yeah, at least it's not that better, it's not that bad. But still, at the end of the day, you lost. And that is something that you need to understand. And this is where Reckoning Esports stats are completely diffed, even by on an individual margin. Look at the top fragger from Velocity, 24, while on Reckoning Esports' side, it was Paradox. And let's not forget, Paradox was able to pop off just in those initial moments. After that, Paradox was nowhere to be seen on the map of Lotus because he's constantly getting beaten down.
You can combine the ACS of Paradox as well as Deadly 10, and then only then you'll be able to exceed the ACS of Damara, and that too not by much, probably 10-15s. And yes, I agree, Paradox was getting alive early on, but after that, he eventually vanished. He was being picked off left, right and center, and I don't think so it was his own problem. It's just the fact that this man started to feel himself on the attacking side, and that's why he's going to become the entire match MVP as well.
38 kills with the ACS of 304 and 10 first kills Damara in general, specifically on the map of Lotus, this man was a living nightmare for Reckoning Esports. But as I mentioned, after this loss, Reckoning Esports is going to move down to the lower brackets where the elimination sword now looms on top of their heads.
Yep.
And let's not forget, just to remind you guys once again, points from all the three splits. Consistency matters a lot. And then in the end of all the three splits, the points will be combined. And the top 4 teams from the overall board will move on to the Ascension qualifiers. So that means Reckoning Esports needs to stay alive in this tournament for a bit longer.
I 100% agree, because they also need to qualify for that LAN. As you rightly mentioned, only top 3 will do. We've already got 1, and that's just about the first match, right? We still have 1 more game remaining, and that's going to be between Revenant XSpark and S8UL. And I remember discussing it with Spartus as well while the rest of the people were out here, that this is one of the most important matchups of S8UL, because we know that the lower bracket run becomes even more gruesome. It becomes even more tiresome. So you need to win this one in order to move forward to the LAN. But how are you going to do that when you've got the second strongest team of VCSA out in front of you?
Genuinely speaking, though, even SNUL has been looking pretty good. They have been looking clean, especially when they played in the past, right? We clearly did see their first ever matchup, and everyone was doubting SNUL and their chances of success, but they still did come out on top. So let's not forget, even in Split 1, in the later stages, they did decide to pop off. Yeah, it was a little too late for them to wake up, but they still did something. So let's not forget, SNUL right now, they've got the momentum. Anything can happen. Maybe it can go real close.
True, and the fun thing is that they also have got Hoax back in the lineup as well, so there's been a couple of changes out there, but you know, we've got a lot of time to discuss all of that, and all of that will happen after this short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back in OMEN VCSA.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. तरूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आधा है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms of reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barrel and break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाए मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees with your pistol. Put your back down on your knees with your. I am the. Put your back down on your knees with your pistol. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. You know I'ma live by the team, I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's a leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir ek aur ek gare. Sare mere bantar bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de man bahane, walatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu jab hai. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt, we a family from around the world. We a pack, you can never take us down, and it's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And 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 I said I got your back. भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. All we do is improvise and adapt.
Spike down A.
Taken out.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back after that short break to Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 2. Now, we have already seen the first match done and dusted. Velocity taking the cake and moving forward and securing their slot towards the LAN finals. But now we move on towards the second matchup of the day. SDUL versus Revenant XSpark. Now, this is one of those matchups that we do not exactly know what to expect. Yes, we know Revenant XSpark is one of the strongest teams in this region, but even SDUL recently has shown quite a lot of progress, so we cannot really overshadow that.
Exactly. This is what we were also discussing with Scared. That the fact that this revamped version of SA12 is looking oh so exciting. But then again, you've got RNTX, you know, they have been the grand finalists. They have played good Valorant across the past couple of months. It's going to be so difficult. But if SA12 has to send a message to the biggest team, that's VLT right now, they'll have to defeat Revenant XSpark.
But this is not going to be an easy one at all.
Yeah.
The only way SDUL can defeat the players of Revenant XSpark is by having all the odds with them. Beat the composition, beat the map selection. Everything needs to go SDUL's way. And also, let's not forget, our region is all about the mechanics as well. So if you're someone who's connecting the shots at that moment instantly, and if you're feeling yourself, if everything is going your way, that's the only way SDUL can really defeat the players of Revenant and XSpark. And let's just hope that they have learned from their past experience as well from Split 1.
See, this is what honestly scares me about SA12, to be honest. Of course, you've got Hoax, he's been the new IGL. Pressure eased off from Helef a little bit. Techno has been doing his stuff. But then, when you look at RNTX, they've got Venka, they've got Aziz, cracked aimers all across the board, and you've got the likes of Deathmaker sitting in the bench, so you can see the depth in the lineup of Revenant XSpark. They're still massive titans, and the way they performed last time when they came to play in action, it felt like they were barely even tested. So, and for SA12, it still did go that long stretch. But you know, the good thing about SA12, considering you've got Hellranger, has been preparing so many new strats, there are executes. Yes, it's like a mystery box. But for RNTX, I don't know if that's going to make the cut.
Revenant XSpark is all about that punch, and they do pack a lot of that punch as well.
Yeah.
And the only way SDUL can really try and counter the players of RNTX is by doing a lot of trap plays. That's the only way they can do it. But at the end of the day, we know that's also going to be requiring a lot of communication, and hopefully that communication barrier is now going to fade away. We do have that recent addition of Hoax, but hopefully Hoax is able to gel up with the team properly, and we're probably going to see proper set plays, proper trap plays as well from the side of SDUL. And while you try and speak of our Revenant XSpark, as I mentioned, it's all about that punch they pack. They're an absolute powerhouse, and when it comes to mechanics, Revenant XSpark is probably one of the best teams right next to VLT. And for SDUL to pretty much step in a matchup against a team like that, in my opinion, it's got to come down to those minute details.
It certainly will. But, you know, it's all about Revenant XSpark going guns blazing and SA12 outsmarting them. And, you know, at the very primal level, it has to be out-aiming them.
Yeah,
because
straight up.
Then again, the last matchups that we saw where Revenant XSpark came to play, you could just barely see them trying or executing any strats as such. They were going with their defaulting plays, and they were just so good with their aim that they were not even getting tested. For SA12 to somehow get past that, it is going to be a very big ask.
So pretty much SA12 needs their communication and synergy on point, and they just need to go with a lot of set plays. That's the only way they can try and stop the players of Revenant XSpark. And let's not forget, even those strategies, executions have to be on point, because when you talk about the proper aim duels, that's when Revenant XSpark can definitely take the cake. But we've got the SA12 lineup on the screen.
Look at King Kappa.
Yeah.
One of the most underrated player. He has improved Aeons, especially that Lotus map. I must say, if SA12 won that, that was just because he was on a different level. So it is imperative that King Kappa delivers once again. And I think, you know, when we talk about this lineup, we base it around somebody like Techno, Helef, or even Miz. Miz is also cracked duelist. But King Kappa has been one of those players to really watch out for in this series.
Without a doubt. I mean, SA12, they've had their glorious moments as a team. Of course, they're doing really good. And let's talk about a bit of a past as well. In this split itself, they faced off against .exe, and that was their first matchup in this split. And SA12 surprised all of us with their performance. But let's not forget Revenant XSpark 2, their opponents,
God.
Antidote, Raw Fuel, Venka, Aziz, and Georgie now coming into the mix as well. Aziz and Georgie, no matter how much you try to exaggerate these guys, it's still going to be less. And Venka, this man's addition has been insane, just adds on the firepower even more. Raw Fuel, we are quite known with this guy too. He's been inside of the circuit for a long time, the veteran, and Antidote at the end of the day, the man who's holding all the strings together.
You know, imagine Venka switching roles and still just being so good at it. We've seen Venka, we've seen him as a controller, if required, even as a sentinel sometimes. And, you know, he's just been so good. Like, every single time you'd want somebody to be clutching it out, Venka is right there. And let's not even forget how good Georgie and Aziz, they have been as a duo, right? Every single time, Georgie sort of creating that space for Aziz to cause all that chaos. And, you know, they're such a well-knit unit, Venka, in such a short span of time. He has glued in with the squad, the cohesion is there. And the only concern for me with Revenant XSpark is they have not been tested in the previous best of 3. Today, we do not know. I mean, heavily stacked, obviously, a lot of people would say it is for RNTX.
Yeah.
But when that true test will come against VLT, that's when we will see how good RNTX is as a lineup.
Now, for Revenant XSpark, as I mentioned, mechanics are pretty much what they rely on massively. And you mentioned about testing them truly, and I think the only way they can be tested truly is if they face off against Velocity.
Yeah.
And both these teams, one thing is clear, that they heavily rely on their mechanics no matter what. You've got a man like SK Rossi in Velocity that's holding the cake. His aim is on point. Let's not forget, even the imports are doing a great job in that lineup. So for Revenant XSpark to match that pace, they definitely do have the capability, but it all really comes down to that mentality if the matchup does happen. And we all know Velocity is just so comfortable in this region that to out-aim them, to try and get better mentality compared to the players of Velocity, it's going to be tougher. But in this matchup itself, I'm pretty sure Revenant XSpark, they're going to have a strong mentality moving forward.
Of course, I'm pretty sure they would be very well prepared. I'm really excited to see in which maps this matchup is going to happen. So let's head on and check out the map Veto. It is going to be Lotus, Ascent, and Split. Something that is quite anticipated. Lotus was supposed to be there. I think even RNTX loves their Lotus. So does SATUL. And it is, of course, RNTX's pick, whilst it was quite obvious that SATUL will go for the attacking side. Whilst in Ascent, you've got SATUL's pick as... then you've got RNTX deciding to attack first. So that is a little bit of an interesting intervention that we get to see. But Agent Select, do you think we're going to get to see something out of ordinary?
I don't think so. It's pretty much just going to be the basic stuff, specifically from the side of Revenant XSpark. They don't really need to change anything that's not broken. So if things are all good in the hood, it's not really going to be needed for the players of Revenant XSpark to go for any sort of changes, but for SATUL, they need these changes. They need to catch the opponents off guard. That's the only way they can actually try and come out on top if they do have a big surprise lined up. But having a look at the Asian composition too, we're going to see Revenant XSpark go with ISO. You've also got Aziz on that raise, pretty much the similar classic composition that they like to run. And speak of SATUL, even they haven't really changed anything. So for SATUL, they're pretty much going to try to rely on the same comfort zone that they have been.
Oh yeah, like we've already discussed, it's going to be interesting to see what RNTX put on the board for King Kappa. But as things stand, RNTX, you know, they have been just too good over the time and second best to VLT so far in Split 1. But today, for SATUL to sort of establish their name in the scene, they'll have to take on the Titans.
Without a doubt. And specifically for SATUL, the pressure is going to be on, while Revenant XSpark, the pressure is going to be next to none. Their mental is going to be strong. You talk about team play, synergy, even that's going to be looking much better. But SATUL, they will be truly tested today. And if they somehow give a tough fight to Revenant XSpark, then that's going to be Stark's statement already made inside of the split too. And let's not forget, SATUL's graph has always been uphill. They started off on a pretty massive low, but then after that, it's been only up.
Oh yeah, for sure. The first round begins, and it is going to be SATUL on the attack. We can see it's just Venka holding around the A side, around the link, in fact. Whilst there's a heavy stack at C, Miz He's getting interested. And at this point, it's going to be a brawl fest here.
Yeah, the Pinchel was ready, and towards long, this brawl does actually unfold in the way of VCT. Exactly what they needed. Got a man advantage in that fight itself, and now it's taken down with 2-on-4. Insane stuff. VCT constantly winning these duels, really keeping them on a massive pedestal, giving them the advantage that they were desperate for. And if VCT does end up winning this pistol round, it's going to give them such a massive confidence boost. It's going to be the pressure subsider they were desperately looking for.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You've got Georgie and Rafuel, 2 players surviving. Oh, one's position already compromised. 3 players coming in from tree. It's going to be interesting. Georgie gets taken down. SATL, they've started off really well. Rafuel also getting compromised there. And SATL get the first round on board. I think nicely well executed strat. And there's something that you were mentioning, Necro. They need to outsmart them. This time they decided to take that duel around C and a quick switch towards A, catching the players off guard. And RNTX now will have to work with just pistols.
Set plays are going to be really important for SATL. Trick the opponents, execute a lot of set plays, have a lot of combo plays as well, and that will definitely catch the players of Revenant XSpark off guard. This time around, a quick A take maybe. Already out towards Rubble. Getting that control established. A bit of that domination showcased. SATL instantly dialing down the pace. And even the opponents, they're ready to snatch away a round. They've got 2 sheriffs available, and these 2 sheriffs, they're primed in the prime location.
A 4-man stack up around the A site, and the difference maker has to be Aziz. A little ahead of the pack, and seems like SATL, they've snuffed the threat. They realize, but so have RNTX. Instant switch arounds. Game of peekaboos. It's going to be very interesting to see that this fight, it's going to break around C once again.
3 players stacked towards C.
Look at Aziz.
Anything can happen.
On the backstab.
Yeah, he indeed is, but that's going to be a tough one to pull off. So he might just be a little too late on that backstab. And SATL, they've already entered inside of the site. The floodgates were open. And now Revenant XSpark down to just 1 man, but Aziz, a quick cut to the skull. Holds down, but the round's not dusted yet. A 1v3 in the front, just a sheriff in the hand, and that's the only thing that's separating players of SATL from taking the cake, and they easily will too. Second round on the board for SATL. They had the advantage, and they snatched it.
Oh, they certainly did. And no trouble whatsoever. It was just about that fault line being placed and Maze accordingly just pushing in. Of course, they had better weaponry, and as a result, the round is also theirs. For RNTX though, this time, they're gonna invest in their buys. But what's interesting is all of them are on just light armors. And if you take a look at ultimate status, I think it's still gonna take some while to cook. But I think some heavy aggression towards the A side is anticipated, and so is the case here.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark just playing for control at this point. Showcasing a bit of that dominance. And look at Zoman, he's already squeezed up so deep. Backs away there within the nick of that time, and King Kappa! What am I watching? A quick 3-piece towards A, but Wenka eventually does put an end to his story. But it might just be too late. Revenant XSpark has lost 3 players.
Cage triggered.
And all the 3 players are already deep towards Rubble, and now they know C-site, the floodgates are easily going to be opened up. 4 players in stock for the players of SATL. And Revenant XSpark are just not able to reply properly. As we mentioned, outsmarting these players, and that's what they're exactly doing. They're constantly outplaying the players of Revenant XSpark, keeping them guessing.
And then it's just King Kappa being so good. He did the same thing against .exe, getting those multi-fraggers. Much required, and SATL. Now you can see they've had a really good start to this. And everything now falling into place. RNTX, this was a crucial round for them. While for SATL, they were on their bonus. And despite that, managed to win it. RNTX having no other options but to save whatever weapons they have on them and move on to the next round.
Gonna back away from that. Another round on the board for SA2L, and none of us saw this coming. 3 rounds back to back. And let's keep this thing in mind. That round right there was an important one too for them to take. Since SA2L, they were running high on money. And now the economy as well, it's going to start to build up big time for SA2L. And that's what is exactly happening. Unfortunately for Revenant XSpark, you can see those half buys coming through. 2 players just on sheriffs, nothing else to work with. No ultimates available either, so they cannot even rely on the back of that to snatch away a round. But Kid Kappa, he kicked things off once again.
Toxin screen down.
Raw fuel taken out of the picture. Cypher's utility as well is now going to be useless since he's just not in the game anymore. Those tripwires, those cages, they won't be useful.
At least for now. Raw fuel. Done and dusted. Kappa, this time he misses. And Venka will capitalize. This is much needed from RNTX if they had to even out the numbers. But Helef getting one on. And Antidote, he's been dealt with. Aziz. Guns loaded with that sheriff. We know he's got that crispy aim. And this time gets another head. Could go for a second one as well. But whiffs and Helef will punish him.
It's fine though, the man's still done his job. SA2L losing out on 2 players and 2 more players standing for Revenant XSpark. These 2 players, they need to do some serious damage, but no, it's going to be the answer. Techno winning that duel. What am I watching? Revenant XSpark is getting out-aimed. But hold on to that thought. Georgie's still live and cooking inside of the game. This Prowler, it has to find the value. Georgie pushes up, but he still gets shut down. Revenant XSpark getting defeated in their own game this time around.
It's a 4-0. And this is really interesting now. RNTX kind of concerned. Why are they not really calling a timeout? Because whatever RNTX are coming with their setup, SA2L so far, they've been very patient. They're not overstepping. They're waiting for RNTX to maybe get a little greedy, little bit of those overpeaks, and that's where they're punishing them and pressing fingers where it hurts. And at this point, looking at how RNTX have set up once again, 2 players on A. You've got Venka this time really creating to C. And Fade is on the lurk.
Just by looking at SA2L's gameplay, you can just tell the communication is extremely smooth. The flow of calls, it's pretty good.
Off your feet!
Every single box currently ticked. A good paranoia, that's going to be suppressing the players for a bit longer. But still for Revenant XSpark, they just need to win their duels, and that's where they're constantly losing everything. Aziz though with that quick 2-piece, maybe still keeping his team inside of the game and running. And even that showstopper getting the important kill. Shutting down the Viper's pit on the side itself. Miz still around the corner. Alive as Miz peeks out, takes down Aziz too in return. But Miz himself is not going to be able to do a lot. A 2v3 to be executed as a duel. They now need to win every single duel, but it seems like this time around they will be denied. Miz runs out of bullets in the first weapon, pulls out the shorty, will be denied to Revenant XSpark, finally getting their first round on the board. Incredible stuff. And exactly what SA2L needed. But since they have already won 3 rounds, or 4 rounds back-to-back, my bad, SA2L's economy is not going to be shattered after that. It's completely okay. While Revenant XSpark, though, they were extremely desperate for these rounds.
Yeah, and I think it took them a while. It's a good thing that it has finally come. Let's not also forget that if they can somehow restrict SA2L to maybe 7 or 8 rounds, it's still a decent bargain. But RNTX, considering the fact that SA2L invested heavy onto these ults and RNTX still came out swinging, Aziz made all that difference. And this time, look at RNTX once again, quite ferocious, quite aggressive. SA2L, ever so patient, once more.
Chills out. Control back in their heads! But Ascent winning these duels, keeping them in an advantageous spot. Revenant XSpark once again down 2 players. Georgie, the man needs to make some sort of an impact, but he gets denied as well. Ascent, how are they winning majority of the duels? Revenant XSpark, they're supposed to be the heavy smackers in this matchup, but instead they themselves are getting smacked around. Venka, position compromised. They know exactly where the man is as well. He goes for the peek, and he gets taken out as well. And that's just going to leave Antidote all by himself. Revenant XSpark, after winning that previous round, they instantly drop the next one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, really a timeout call out should be important for them, should be incoming, because RNTX straight up taking those fights. SA2L really good with their util usage, and the aim has been on point this time around as well.
Revenant XSpark hasn't really changed anything. They're pretty much doing the same thing that they've been doing so far from Split 1 towards Split 2. And that's one of the main reasons why they're getting countered, because they have never been properly challenged when it comes to a 1v1 duel or when it comes to the mechanics. But this time around, SA2L out-aiming them like that is really now catching the players of Revenant XSpark off guard, and that's why we're seeing them in a big panic.
They're bringing in all that heat. Lovely stuff coming in from SA2L. Now this would make headlines tomorrow on Twitter. Of course, people are going to love it, but yeah, RNTX still not out of it yet, but for what it's worth, 5 rounds for SA2L.
Crazy.
And especially in RNTX map pick, that's lovely.
And the funny part is, this is worst case scenario for Revenant XSpark. And it's already came back to life. I just can't believe it. Revenant XSpark has lost so many rounds back to back to SA2L. It's tough for me to wrap around my head to words. But let's see. They do have the Nightfall available. Maybe this is something that can help them a bit. But Miz has got his hands on the overdrive. And if Miz sees red in front of his eyes, then that overdrive can be used to its fullest potential.
Oh yeah. I mean, at this point, looking at the ultimate status, you also have Nightfall. You've got the overdrive, and I'm pretty sure this time, given the fact that RNTX have finally triggered a timeout, I'm waiting to see what changes will they make. The defaults have been there. They've constantly been on the lookout for fights. This time, SA2L posing answer to every single thing that RNTX has been trying to do. It's a 4-man stack, or rather a switch. Alright, this time they've got the Cypher towards the C. They've got Fuel and Anti playing together, as Venka will take on A along with a Z. So again, intentions on winning those fights, but SA2L instantly countering. We're deciding to venture B, where you just have Georgie with his Nightfall.
And what about watching? Look at some of these shots SA2L are hitting. Unbelievable. The man peeks out, instantly gets a headshot, opens up the floodgates, walks in towards the site as if it's not even a problem. And now Miz has already pushed up so deep that he's got an insane amount of control. And this map control is going to start to make the players of Revenant XSpark feel even more uncomfortable, because it just narrows down the possibilities of the players walking in from a side. And Miz has already found his kill on towards Rafu, but Revenant XSpark still showcasing some sort of a resistance. And Venka, with that 3K, gives the advantage to his team now. Techno, the only man alive in this instance for SA2L. All the burden on his shoulder. And Venka looking to peek Techno. But over here in this instance, it was Techno who needed to get the plant down, so he had to go for the peek, and Venka winning that duel. Finally now it feels like Revenant XSpark is back to their old ways.
Yeah, this was much needed, but this was a hero play coming in from Venka. RNTX need to have more than that. It's all about getting those, winning those fights, winning those individual battles. SA2L maybe a little bit of that complacency hit in. And suddenly, despite the fact that they created that opening, they could not capitalize. Heck, even get a plant out of it. But now, given the circumstances, May still holding on to his overdrive. Fast lane triggered. Almost round A. Got a Ziggs and Venka once again. This time, little reactive. Not really pressing matters, but waiting for that port to come in.
Look at Aziz. He's in a cheeky angle, but expected.
Crossfire.
Yeah, they're still looking at that angle. Aziz gets checked. And Ascent just better. Surrounding awareness on point, knew exactly what's cooking there. Revenant XSpark tried to set up a trap play, but it just did not really work out. That crossfire completely dismantled. Even Georgie gets traded out. Plant's already down. Just one man alive from Revenant XSpark. And oh my god. Things falling apart. Everything is just coming down to it. Raw fuel. Does he have enough fuel to win this round? That's the question. Taps the spike, backs away instantly. Antidote gets taken down. And now Raw Fuel, as I said, the only man towards sight. He does find one important kill, but this Tremor right here is gonna do the job. And Raw Fuel taken out as SATL secures another successful round on the board.
Yeah, you know, SATL, they're doing one thing right. They're getting those trades perfect.
Executions as well are phenomenal.
And, you know, they've got their heads in one place. Whilst for RNTX, there was nothing to really delay the players of SATL on that A side. They knew Aziz and Venka were there. And just when Venka peaked, in fact, Aziz peaked after he got taken down. Venka did get a trade, but the numbers were just too much.
Making work, but this time around, Miz is taking it up close and personal. Quickly moving towards the site. But there will be some sort of resistance even from the side of Revenant XSpark. SATL instantly stopping in tracks, backing away from that one. Techno teleporting all the way towards the seaside, and he's already found the entrance, by the way. Site control in the man's hand.
Ooh, hit contract.
Techno wants to do this, and he will come out on top as well. Even Aziz from the back is now starting to shatter these dreams. And SATL, things have now already started to fall apart. Defensive position, known compromise taken out as well from this game. And Techno, 7 bullets in the magazine. He needs to make it happen. Gets denied this time though. Raw Fuel. Nicely done. Revenant XSpark finally getting another round on the board. And that's going to be 3 from them.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, at this point, it's been back and forth. It's been back and forth. SATL having a great start. RNTX squeezing a couple of rounds in between. And the sweet spot has to be finding number 5. At least 2 more rounds. And yet to challenge their economy at this point. But Venka is firing, man. And imagine being the latest addition. Him and Aziz doing so much for now. The others will be stepping up soon. And seems like the players of SATL talking it out what to do next. And so far the tell-to-tell story has been that whilst we were feeling like this could have been a David versus Goliath matchup, SATL is being one step ahead every single time. Techno has been playing equally good as well.
Yeah, Techno has been hitting his shots, and quite the crispy ones too. Not even giving the opponents a chance to react. While SATL, they still have a massive round lead, and let's not forget, even the economy, it's on point.
I need this.
This time around, SATL looking forward to explore the C site. Walking towards man, there is Antidote available in the front, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to go for the peak just yet. Wait for the opponents to move up. SATL, after losing that round, is going to force them to go for a half buy. Good flash. That's going to suppress Georgie for a while as the man walks away. He does have his ultimate available though, and he's probably going to try to utilize the Nightfall as well. Overdrive use from the Maze, he gets shut down without any problems, but that was actually a fake. The players are already quite deep towards the A main, and they're probably going to find the site control as well without any problems. That fake was successfully sent.
Oh, look at this. Of course, they know it's going to be a full flood coming in from RNTX any moment at this point. SATL, that was a fake for sure, but RNTX surely would want to dive in As SCQL do not have the best of weaponries. Also, C's committed, and Georgie finds quick success. Kappa gets that trade though. That snake bite. It's gonna be interesting to see if Georgie knows. And he swings and gets one more. King Kappa trying to be the hero for his team, but it's gonna take a little bit more than that. Now the numbers have dwindled, and suddenly an ace out of nowhere, Necro. Wow.
Did I just see the final two players accidentally lined it up because they wanted to double peek him? And that lineup gave the man the ace that was needed. Or the ace he deserved. King Kappa, that 2K in the end, a beautiful sprayed out. And oh my god, SCQL, 7th round of the board. It's tough for me to believe they have such a massive lead. And let's not forget, they've also got a Rolling Thunder and a Viper's Pit available.
They barely came without buys, and despite that, they still managed to squeeze through.
All because of that one man getting 5 kills.
I mean, lovely stuff, but Venka, this time poised around C. Gets that first kill, will follow it up. Another one, Flashpoint, still dodges that. And again, you know, when you just try to sit down, break this entire matchup, it's all been about those battles. All been about those duels as Aziz. This time around, somehow will try to remain alive on the showstopper. Not committed. Satchel. Okay, it's gone in vain.
No value converted from that showstopper. Because of that, SC2L might just have a lifeline. A 2v3 still doable. Sheriff in the hand of Antidote. They just need to find a way to try and catch someone off guard. The duel plays through. Aziz taking down real low, but still the whiff. SC2L, hopefully they're now starting to choke now.
Last round
7-4 being the scoreline. SC2L just needs to win one more to make it 8 and move on to the second half with a massive advantage. But that whiff right there, and a Revenant XSpark starting to get the grip back in their hands of this game. It should be concerning a bit for the SC2L fans.
No, I think given the fact they lost the previous round, you could see Helif already on the stringer, but does have the Rolling Thunder along with him. Of course, would like to take on the side, possibly C, and then make sure they have got the Viper's Pit also. But to respond to that, RNTX instantly want a crest back, Necro.
Yeah.
And maybe take a couple of kills, but here comes SA12, full-fledged push on towards C.
Both the teams actually pretty good when it comes to converting those thrifties and half buys. Revenant XSpark at this point in time. Waiting to open the floodgates. Viper's Pit utilized as well. Rawfield gets snuffed out, taken out of the game as well in return. Just look at Hoax. The man's starting to line up a few more players. It's starting to look like a graveyard. And Funka's got no clue, just right underneath him. There's 3 players waiting for the man to walk in. And a little bit of that toe is exposed as he gets cut off. Aziz, the only man alive from the side of Revenant XSpark. And somewhere down line, even he knows that the round's done for. There's no way Revenant XSpark can end up winning this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's pretty much given up. All he's gonna look is for a couple of more kills. He's gonna get nothing, and SA2L, they get the 8 and have been the dominant team so far in the first half. As we move on to the second, I mean, that was some great calling from SA2L side, knowing that, yes, Rawfuel is isolated, just get in, did not instantly commit, waited, got the spike plant, and Venka did have his kill contract. But till then, it was a little too late. There were so many players around them. But yes, a huge shout out once again to our sponsors, OMEN, and their latest line of laptops, the OMEN 16 and the OMEN Max 16. You can, of course, scan this QR code. You've got juicy offers running, but now RNTX. They're the ones languishing behind. They'll have to catch up, and they'll have to do that by winning this pistol round. On the comfortable attacking side, this is going to be one hell of a brawl.
Without a doubt. SC2L once again playing the A-point aggressive, establishing that dominance and the control. Trades happening back and forth. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Venka, he started to click recently.
Bring them down.
Hoax all the way towards the A side, sends out a Prowler to get the confirmation if there's someone available in the back or not. SC2L, you can see the players as well start to overextend just to go for the informational plays. And that's given them a decent amount of intel as well on knowing exactly where the players of Revenant XSpark might be. And here goes Rawfuel. Did not expect that push.
Right there.
And the moment he got his trip retrieved in his hands, that's when the sound cue was given away to the players of SN2O. A beautiful fault line, catching a lot of players in return. And that's going to be blocking even the entrance towards the B side. What is Revenant XSpark doing? They seem lost in this round.
What? At this point, barely keeping their heads above the water. And again, it rests on Venka's shoulders once again. He needs to go big, but SA2L, they know. RNTX.
30 seconds left.
They're diving a little deep. They want that kill, and Hoax waves once again and will get punished. But in return, we've got the other two players to pick things up. So, of course, they wanted to take those early fights. They wanted to fight at A. Did not happen. They shifted B. And it seems like whatever now RNTX is trying to put out, SA2L has got an answer for that. And just to make matters so much more interesting, all the players of SA2L, they are firing, man.
All the things we discussed in the pre-game, SA2L is doing exactly that. Everything is being done properly. The team communication is on point. The calls during the intense moments, they don't seem too scrambly. The set plays, combination plays, the peaks, they have been well coordinated. Once again, they kick things off. A man advantage in the hands.
Show me a target.
Revenant XSpark, it just gets even tougher for them to convert this round now. Techno with the Spectre, starting to deal some insane amount of damage. Just looking hella for the backside. Even he is starting to line them up and close things out. SA2L, 10th round of the board, while Revenant XSpark just stuck on that 4th. But now SA2L is going to be tested to the fullest of their limits. This is going to be the buy round for Revenant XSpark, while SA2L is going to try to stick with the bonus. And let's not forget, SA2L's got a good economy too in their hands. They're probably going to try to stick with the bonus and just try and do as much damage as possible to the players of Revenant XSpark.
Here.
But if Revenant XSpark does end up retaliating, then SA2L will still have money for the upcoming round. So it's all good in the hood for now. But if King Kappa is able to find picks like that, then Revenant XSpark's chances of stealing away this bonus round from the players of SA2L just gets even lower. And let's not forget, this map is supposed to be attack-centric, and so far Revenant XSpark is not able to take advantage of that. Georgie position compromised. Oaks backing away towards the ropes area, but once again coming back towards the site. Now look at this pop play! Techno coming outside of that smoke, getting a quick 3K on the board. 2 with the Stinger, 1 with the Classic, and King Kappa to close things off. Oh my god, SA2L.
This is unbelievable stuff. What are we witnessing? Oh my goodness. Speculations thrown out of the window. Everybody's pick'ems going astray, and SA2L split one. They did take some time to cook, and SA2L has cooked hot and heavy this one. Oh. Outplaying, out-aiming, everything SA2L have done, and this time RNTX, if they do not win this round, this match is pretty much done for.
SA2L is just outstanding, simple. Phenomenally, they are winning these duels, they are doing everything that's required. King Kappa, yes, gets traded out, but the man's already done his job. 1-for-1 trade, more than enough. And just look at the buys as well for Revenant XSpark.
Yeah.
They're not too good. So even SA2L having an advantage when it comes to that, they've got better weaponry.
They indeed do. I mean, at this point, all that SA2L needs to do is get more kills. RNTX heavily relying on the next round. They'll come with a full buy. And Miz ever so present. Mo's antidote is over there as well. We'll stall him and we'll get that kill as well. Might also get Venka. It's going to be a little difficult one, but just not even flinch for a moment. 4K for Miz and SA2L on their 12th.
Yeah, it's like SA2L has just gained a lot of confidence now, and they're starting to run down the players of Revenant XSpark. This is utter disrespect. But it is what it is. Revenant XSpark, they have lost their throne. And now SA2L is here to claim it. And Antidote is also struggling as an individual. Revenant XSpark in general, since they have not been able to squeeze a lot of rounds, yeah, the struggle is there from every single player, let's be honest. Even that ISO being brought out from Venka, a bit of a questionable decision, but since the man is mechanically cracked, it makes a lot of sense to why that role was given to him, but in my opinion, the composition could have been much better if that ISO would have been avoided.
I mean, yeah, I think they did come with an idea maybe to try a few things out, because there's no getting eliminated from here on, right? But Ascent will sticking to what they like best, and let's be honest, Venka's still done his job, right? It's not like Venka is not executed. He's still been getting those fights. It's all about them not having enough holding power initially whilst SATL were attacking. They gave a lot of rounds away. Their shot callings, they have also been a little astray, and now everything on the line. Venka does have that kill contract, but look at the bias, everything locked and loaded for SATL.
The crazy part is King Kappa is able to find a lot of openers on the defensive half. And just look at the man, he's popping off on a different level. 21 kills so far.
Got an ace also.
Yeah. The man is feeling himself at this point.
Ooh, realize the trap is there.
Yeah, that tripwire is the only thing that's holding him back right now from executing this flank successfully.
It's
There
you
is an
and
omen.
me.
He can try and teleport to the opposite side, but Rafael gets that lucky timing as he shuts down the foe, but Hoax wins that duel against Venka. Venka starting show 3 on 4, still available, and King Kappa hitting some insane shots. 5 bullets in the magazine, 3 more left. He needs to connect the headshot, but he does not even need to do so since Helif is right there in the back lines, and Rafael is the only man left alive now. And even the spike was not planted, and Ascent UL making this game look so easy. That too against one of the top teams from this region. Oh my god. Make some way. Ascent UL is here to claim their throne.
Lovely, impeccable, extraordinary is what we would describe this game. SA2L, they did not have the chips in their favor, did not have the ball in their court, and despite that, the players put their heart out, played like champions, played like demons, and ripped Revenant XSpark apart, and it was RNTX map pick. Now I'm just getting riled up to what happens next on Ascent, because there was not even a single moment where Necro, you and I could say that, yes, RNTX is finally back, RNTX is punching.
Yeah.
I think it was just barring Miz and Aziz, or in fact Venka, everybody was silent.
Look, composition-wise, they were just better when it comes to feeling yourself in that moment of the heat as well. Even they were better in that instance. We clearly did see as well, just by the playstyle, just by the way they were playing. Even the communications were not distorted at all. They were so clear.
Yeah.
So for SN2L, all the stars were aligned. They were doing really good, and that's one of the main reasons why they pretty much won that previous round as well. Now, moving towards Revenant XSpark's composition.
Yeah.
I have my own doubts around it. I do understand why Revenant XSpark go with that ISO pick, because they wanted to rely heavily on their mechanics. But what happens when you do not win the duels? And that's something Revenant XSpark was not ready for.
They did not have a lot of stopping power. They were relying heavily on those tripwires, those information. You just have a smoke in. On the contrary, it's a hell of a fault line following up with a paranoia, and Mace just opening up fast lane and pushing through. So you could see the cohesion was there. They were playing in tandem with each other. And the best part about SA2L was every single time they were getting those trades right as well. And then those hero plays, some rounds. Techno, we saw. There was one round where RNTX, I think Venkat flipped the switch, but then out of nowhere, King Kappa comes and gets an ace. And all he started off was a pistol. So goes on to show that this young lad is really making a name for himself in this region.
And the crazy part is, before the game even started, you mentioned this, the man is underrated.
Yeah.
And there you go. An overrated performance right there from the player
Not
itself.
overrated, exceptional performance.
Yeah, I mean, outstanding, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's try to put it out there that way. And 23 kills from the player with the ACS
Six
of
first kills,
365.
bro.
That's what I'm saying.
On a controller.
Yes, on the defensive half, this man was the only one who was getting those opening kills. And that's why Revenant XSpark was constantly getting shut down towards B, because they were just not able to find that space because he was there like an impenetrable wall. Now we move on towards the stats. It's a complete one-sided game. Even the stats are heavily stacked towards S2L. None of us in our dreams even would have thought this would have been the scoreline.
I mean, at this point, what do you say? We're all shell-shocked, but in a good way, to be honest. We wanted
really
some new competitors because SA2L did come with a lot of fandom, a lot of fans waiting for those good days to finally arrive. And when, you know, they started their journey off, we felt like maybe they aren't really truly tested. Yeah, they had to fight a little bit tooth and nail against .exe, but that was a little bit of a distraught SA2L. But now this SA2L over the past couple of days, I think they've gotten everything in order, especially after Hoax taking on the chain of commands. He's done a lot in terms of that. Yes, I still feel he could do a little bit better in terms of individual aiming, because we've seen him with a few bullets, but still, as long as you've got cracked players like Maze, King, Kappa, Helif, Techno, everybody performing, it did not even come down to that.
And Hoax was right there like the mastermind in the backlines every single time towards C. Antidote going 14-4. That's a little rough, I'm not going to lie. Tough pill to swallow. A Raw Fuel, someone who does pack a lot of punch. We have known this man for his mechanical skills for such a long time in this scenario, but in this game, even he was left in a massive shock. And I'm pretty sure Revenant XSpark walked in this game with a lot of confidence, because they probably thought that, yeah, this should be another 2-0 victory for us. This should be an easy game for us. But then SA2L just came in with crisp, clean headshots. They came in with proper communication. They came in with a lot of research. And the results are right in front of you, my friends.
And this is lovely. Now, at this point, I'm starting to ponder what's going to happen next. It's Ascent and RNTX. I'm pretty sure they've been wounded. I think at this point, they will be putting their best foot forward. So anything can happen. A lot of drama awaits. But then again, the next game, Raw Fuel, Antidote, they'll have to buckle up. They'll have to be a little bit more disciplined with their approach, especially RNTX. It's going to be an exciting one at that. But for now, folks, it's time to cut short for a very short little break. We'll be right back with Game 2.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Just don't let it fade. Don't let go of your face. I think that you know. You hate that bitter taste.
Interesting turn of events here at Omen VCSA Split 2, where SA2L have defeated Revenant XSpark in their map. Now it is time for the second matchup, and that's going to be at Ascent, SA2L's own home ground. And I've got this time along with me Scare. He was on a quick nap, but with all the screaming, he awoke to a King Kappa ace. So, did you see this coming, young man?
I absolutely did not, to be honest. And the point that you guys mentioned out here on the desk about the pick'ems as well, those were my pick'ems, by the way, people. So, yeah, I think so. They're going to be wrong out there, but to be honest, I'm going to be very happy to see them getting wrong in a situation where Revenant XSpark is a team that has gone undefeated apart from just losing the series against VLT and then closing every single thing out in such a fashion. Seeing them compete, seeing them sweat, seeing them focus this hard, man, I'm loving it, to be honest. King Kappa has stolen my heart right now.
Oh, indeed he has. And like I said, right, second up it's going to be Ascent, and you know, I kind of feel like RNTX has got this, and we are going to be pushing for split maybe. But for what it's worth, we've got RNTX choosing to start off on the defensive side. But yes, now at this point, Scared, it's going to be important to see what agents will be coming out. Because last game we saw an ISO from Venka, though he still performed well. But on the at the grand scheme of things, it still did hurt them a little bit.
It actually did, to be very honest. You know, this ISO composition was picked up by T1 all the way back when they were playing the champions, right? So, rather the masters, there's the situation that it requires a lot of studying and a lot of in-depth analysis to actually grab onto this composition. It's easy to pick it up, but it's even more difficult to actually execute it. So I think so we're gonna go all the way back to the same things, where we're gonna see the same Sova KO lineups, or maybe we might possibly see some of those double sentinels. You may never know.
All right.
Never mind.
Seems
Never
like
mind.
an almost mirror match, but you've got a Sylvan Cypher from SATUL, whilst we've got a Teho coming in alongside Hyolu, Omen,
Revenant XSpark
and a Jet on
has,
Aziz.
yeah, they've decided to go for a double duelist composition out here. So they kind of want to play aggressive. They want to play explosive. On the defensive side, I think so it might actually work. You don't really need a lot of sentinels out here, but
They do have
it's
Rocket,
their,
right?
it's their own kind of meta out here. While for
What are we
SATUL,
expecting though from RNTX?
Yeah, that's the main thing. RNTX, with the composition that they have, they've only got one tool for information, and that is going to be the Teho drone, apart from the Cypher camera and the steel cages, right, or rather the tripwires, right? So I think so in that department, they're going to depend a lot onto those dry peaks, onto those double re-clears of the specific areas of the map. While for the other side, SATUL, I think so they can play slow, they can play smart, and if they're able to do that, they should be getting this game in their back pocket as well.
I hope they do, you know, because at this point, we would love to see. I'm pretty sure a lot of you might have already gotten your popcorns hot, loaded with some extra butter. That's how I would recommend to have it, because this is going to be one banger of a series. It's turning out to be. Yeah, I mean, who does not like their popcorns with extra butter? Little salt and lots of butter.
I had a bit of turmeric as well to give it that yellow hue.
No, I'm
It's
fine
super
without
tasty.
turmeric. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would accede with the idea of maybe a cheese popcorn with some extra loaded butter.
I don't think so.
But here begins the first round.
Aziz quickly going out of the smoke as well. Trying to pick someone off though. There's get a glimpse of a couple of people out here. Very heavy mid presence out from SATUL.
Drone going out.
Hell of this time, quickly deciding to clear out the tree. Making sure that they're not going to be pinched from any other direction. And in the meantime, you've dealt with the B main drone as well of Georgie. So the information should be given that this is a very heavy mid control out here. Aziz is going to get a bit more antsy. Check out the mid too, while the rest of the cavalry pushes out of B main.
Oh, they've got tons of utility. Also got that one-way Cypher smoke waiting for you. And that will be deployed pretty soon, but Miz just piercing through. But Georgie, ever so good on his aim once again. And looking for a third, will get it, a fourth as well. And an ace denied. But still, work done. A 1-on-3, Miz left to fend for himself. Will eventually fall to Aziz.
I love the flash TP play from Miz as well. Flashed out Aziz entirely in the market and then quickly took the space towards stairs. But again, Georgie on the side, the unbeatable wall, the pistol demon. Give him a Reina, give him a Teho. He's gonna be cracked on either one of them. Love the opening of Miz again, but Georgie, my guy, was absolutely phenomenal. And his left-right steps, picture perfect. Knew that Techno will not have his set aim as he was jumping all the way down, while needed to take care of folks out there. Was able to miss though on the other side this time. Picking Venka off. Pretty solid opening out here for SATUL. Yet again, another one of those good openings in the hands of Miz.
Yeah, finally.
Look at the discipline. They quickly move back, but they haven't collected the weapon yet. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's still fine.
Or maybe
They don't want to overextend, and it seems like now Georgie has given them that information that the rotation is on its way. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be Fuel once again, holding on to B. He's got Aziz though, but he's still checking mid, ensuring that if he can find somebody possibly there, but once the dark cover dissipates, it's going to be an interesting one. Aziz, oh, that's a nice shot. A wall bang does connect. Miz taken down to the ground. Numbers equalized. Another go at it. This time fails, as Aziz will not miss the second time around. Switches to his pistol and raw fuel doubles down. And just like that, SATUL almost on the verge of collapse. There you go, Georgie gets the final case, and yes, RNTX 2 rounds on the board.
That two of the chef picks up the outlaw and a couple of specters.
Yes, this should do.
Still gonna invest onto a couple of rifles in this round to try and some competition to SA2L. Who've got their loadout maxed out with a couple of regen shields. I kind of like the regen shields, but in this scenario, they can be a bit of a problem for you because of that outlaw. Simple beam and execute out here. Nice read.
All missiles away.
I don't found the opener yet. Recovery from the other side. In Kapalo. What? He just walks out of his steel cage, slaps Georgie on the face, and then takes control of beam. And alright, that's one way of doing things. Cares about the util.
At this point, you know, still SA2L being a little hesitant. They know got a few other layers waiting for them, but Aziz, you can't be doing this. It's not allowed.
And that's Miz.
Yeah, the duel is picked off. And now Antidote, a little sly, a little sneaky, but Hoax just got that better weapon there. And Aziz,
140.
quite unfortunate. Still could not land that kill, but King Kappa making up for everything those 2 rounds. He's on a 3k, now Raw Fuel in a 1v3 situation. King Kappa not healthy, and Raw Fuel, considering it's RNTX's bonus, I guess worth a try.
I mean, to be honest, no util in hand though. I think so it's better to go back and pick up a weaponry, save it for the next round.
Drop down those armors.
Drop the buy to one of your teammates. Venka has 1850, Georgie has 1750. Unless they've got full util, they'll not be able to full buy in the next round. Still wants to make it expensive, maybe catching a couple of players. Rifle on the ground.
He's unchecked. He's unchecked, and he's gonna swing. He gets LF. Alright, mission accomplished. Little victory for RNTX.
And weapons down on the floor, I think so. They're going to be happy about it. Plus, look at the ult economy now being built up for Revenant XSpark.
Yes.
Armageddon 1 away, Blade Storm 1 away, and they've also got the Operator up in play for this round.
Yeah, and Aziz, he's been connecting shots. Seems like SA2L might have poked the bears. And Revenant quite literally now coming back from dead at this point.
Maybe the Gorilla.
I mean, so RNTX ideally calls themselves as the Wolves.
They are reckoning.
No, even say a lot of Wolves in the esports scene right now. We need we have our own set of apes, but Miz unable, gets deleted as Venka will double down. Techno finds a trade there. An entry secured onto the side with Profil being finally bolstered out. And Hoax, that's gonna give them a lot of information now to play along with.
3v3 though, even now, and Aziz is all the way on flank with the Operator. Techno is on the watch out duty for him though.
At this point, Aziz. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. That's an Operator down. An expensive investment gone wrong for RNTX. Nice smoke. Still no vision though. Antidote. He knows 2 players will be in front of him. Hasn't been that mechanically great, but Georgie has been. And he connects. Antidote going for the defuse. All Georgie needs to do is buy time, but Techno will deny that luxury as SA2L bounce back right in. Get their second.
Nasty round yet again from SA2L. Getting the control of the side and then anticipating the backstab. Techno doing a phenomenal job. And on the back of it also, going in on the side, trading the rest of the members, picking Georgie off first and then shutting down Antidote, who basically turned his back away from the fight. You know, he's like, if I can't see him, he can't see me. But he's on the play this time, wanted to play proactive out there in the... Still, Hoax to run away. It's a setup for Techno, who still eventually falls. But a good trade for Hoax. Still quickly catches one, but do they anticipate Winka so quick on the lurk, though, is the question.
Portal closed.
Venka does manage to salvage that weapon. What can he make of it? Oh, lots of information for Revenant XSpark to play around with. 3 men already poised at A. Oh, Venka.
Surprise.
Yeah, did not see that one coming, did he? as Rofuel. He knows a push is inevitable. 48 seconds on the clock. RNTX, they already have their positions compromised. Rofuel does escape. Time. But RNTX are having the better buys, and the SA12, they change directions. And Georgie just good for
30
one.
seconds left.
And almost set in stone. Maybe one other pick, maybe a spike down could make things a little easy. But for now, Rofuel, quick rotate, has spotted the players out.
player
Oh,
standing.
there you go. I think it's pretty much over.
He's been struggling in terms of that aiming department. He had a pretty good day at day number 1, but not really been working out there. I love the discipline from SA12, leaving it all away. Antidote, the man with the Guardian, is on a duty to guard another round for his team, and this time seems like he can be nothing. They're getting expected Petronum away out here. King Kappa peeks on the back of the flash. Perfect. Yet again, as it's SA12 picking up the lead out in the attacking half of map of Ascent. And on the back of it, look at that. Hoax just one away from the Hunter's Fury. LF already having his Armageddon available. I think so. Those are two crucial ultimates for another attacking round. And this one is going to be a full buy for Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, and they have to bounce back into this. Venka gave all that information, but him not knowing the whereabouts of Miz really cost him that round. Otherwise, things are looking still poised. But moving on, Venka a little aggressive around the ramp. Spot Miz down, he'll take him out and gets the second one as well. Beautiful stop as now King Kappa, he's on a different league of his own. And suddenly SA12, they'll have the numbers favoring them, as this time the IGL equally good with the gun as well. SA12 will get that site covered and will almost on the verge of getting that spike planted as well. Georgie does have the drone, but no time to engage. At this point, oh, he gets triggered and punished. LF dealing destruction, and Aziz, the last hope for RNTX in this round against 3 men of SA12. What does he do? Where does he get the kills from? Does get one, but that's all she wrote. As SA12, they've got the 4th.
What a round yet again. Georgie had the drone available. I was really hoping for him to use that though, but he still wanted to catch a timing on at least one of the players and then eventually use that drone to probably figure out where the rest of them are. But King Kappa, my man, everyone is playing checkers. My man is playing chess.
You know, at this point, I gotta say, man, either SA12's having a ball or RNTX, they've woken up on the wrong side of bed. This is not the RNTX that we're accustomed to witness. Surely not at these early phases of this tournament. And if this keeps on continuing, who knows? They get ported off to the lower bracket where things can take a tipsy-turvy turn. Eliminators are a different ballgame, my man.
That is a very... There are, two different sides of the same city. One which is perfectly developed, everything is all good and out there, while the second side is the dark side of the city. That is what I feel low bracket normally is. You don't really want to hop on there. You've got no idea what kind of demons are setting out. And Revenant XSpark forced to use an early timeout out here on the back of SA12 winning 3 straight rounds. Clearly shows that they are under pressure. Normally they don't force timeouts, but they're on a broken buy. It's 4 straight rounds. Just a pistol and anti-ego for Revenant XSpark and nothing after that. And King Kappa says it's gonna stay that way.
Lullaby of death. King Kappa, what a player. What an interesting prospect he's turning out to be as he gets one more. And RNTX seems to have come unprepared for this young man and his prowess with every single weapon that he carries. Looking for a third. Venka This point, bot down too low, has taken that hit. 24 HP is all he's got. And now, SATL, they're venturing out towards A. They've got Rocky. He's in a very precarious position. Oh, make that 3. Yeah. Relieves him of all that stress. He's gonna come off in the next round, make it a 4th, and the flawless for SATL. 5-2.
My guy indeed is standing up to his name. Terrible monster. Bringing it out from the Ultraman out here, King Kappa. He's just playing a different ball game out here. And again, after the previous round, throws out the Outlaw. But to be very honest, even in this round, it could have worked wonders. Seeing a lot of half shields across the board though, even though
he's a Cypher.
Here's the thing.
That is a 9-3.
And that one attack.
Frags. Yes.
That on the attacking side. I mean,
Miz at this point is going to be envious, but Loki must be enjoying. But Venka, he's had enough. He's had enough, really. I mean, at this point, I really want to just watch King Kappa, but I would love to see these two young men duel it out. But now, moving on ahead, some respite for Revenant XSpark. And this time, I said will instantly slow down. Venturing.
Nowhere to run!
Comes in. 3 Aziz is there, but the smoke was absolutely perfect. Raw fuel still stops the flow though. At this point, LF just ensuring the guided salvos come in place. Raw fuel, he's got to fight tooth and nail from the side. The swarm comes in. Aziz there to defend. And LF still fighting tooth and nail. LF brought down too low. At this point, Georgie is going to relieve him. And RNTX finally squeezing around.
Because finally we are seeing a proper util usage from them. Couple of cages on the site as well to try and maintain that control on the back of all the utils of the teammates. Lovely approach. Wenka again finding the first opener onto King Kappa, picking up good timing. And then Raw Fuel just doing a fabulous job on site. Gets the first one on the choke point, turns around 180, breaks the recon. And in the meantime, Wenka as well dropping onto the side right next to the Jenny to support the man. So again, pretty solid play out here.
A lot of noise around that mid area. Aziz. Yo, King Kappa gets deleted, but Miz quick there for that trade. And now, Miz.
Time to jump.
Let's see, what can he cook? He's got Georgie. He's right in front of him.
He's thrown out the TP all the way back, so he's going to venture a bit more further out here.
Some information, but Georgie equally so good. And now he splashed and he punishes Georgie. Now Venka will line up and suddenly RNTX gaining their grooves back.
Understanding that mid has been exploited by SATL for quite a few rounds out here, and this time around, for the past 2 rounds, they're winning the mid duel. They're shutting down King Kappa first, then they're focusing their attention on the rest of the players out here. To be very honest, yeah, last 2 players couldn't really have done anything apart from just rather walking into their death. They were not looking in the right direction. I think so we've had another timeout this time. That's why we are seeing the player camps here. SATL realizing their own pressure this time around. Hoax has shaved his beard, I guess, right?
I mean, at this point, whatever buff you could call.
Beard buff.
Yeah, even Helif's got a nice trimmed haircut. Looking sharp as ever. But King Kappa, he's been the star so far. Shining bright, everything dimming down in front of him at this point. And SATL, a much needed timeout. Of course, they need to gain the composure back. Cannot just let RNTX stomp on those 2 rounds. Being the underdogs inside this matchup and still clobbering down the opposition. RNTX, they did manage to find their way back, but you could see the tension in the room right now. Venka is all locked and loaded. Couple of more rounds, maybe 3 more, and you can say RNTX is still back into this.
Probably
but now, SATL divided by Oh, miss. He's got so much information to play around.
Seen 3 players already. Rather 4, maybe a couple of players out there in mid.
Yes. Alright. Antidote this time prepared. And now you've got Georgie answering back as Helef does squeeze in. Raw fuel strong as a wall. But still, it's a 2 on for retake. House and King Kappa in a world of trouble. And Raw Fuel gets the deed done as RNTX. They'll be equalizing numbers. 5-5 the scoreline.
Pretty quick round out there from RNTX. Had to realize what Miz was doing. The amount of space he created, picture perfect. And then on the back of all that distraction, I did like the idea, right? Miz quickly moved out forward and then they threw out the guided salvos as well to kind of knock out the players of the tree so that he can isolate the duel that could be taken probably towards the spawn, or maybe find some timings so that he can lurk or probably get some backstab in. Revenant XSpark were having none of it. Quickly send out Venka for his own recon duty as well on his own dimensional drift. Now, 1 away from Armageddon Georgie, while Helef has been keeping his own Armageddon for a while now. King Kappa with the neural theft available. Venka to walk out mid.
Oh. Will venture into the deep. Aziz gets punished for that intervention, and Techno back to his old ways. A 3-kill ready, and Hoax helping his buddy in danger. Techno, look at that. HP's barely even breathing by the sliver of his neck. At this point, Hoax
Spike
got a
down.
paranoia. Does, misses, and Helef converts, and SA2L just like that. They bounce back.
Last round in the half.
Lovely round yet again. And this one was an individual brilliance of Techno. Out there in mid. We've seen Aziz all the way walk out all the way with the operator multiple times. In mid, we saw him doing that back in split 1. But this is probably one of the first few times that we are actually seeing him get punished for that. Lovely support as well from Hoax to help Techno out in that situation. Maintaining control of the mid. Both the teams realizing how important the middle ground is.
Some bloodshed at mid so far.
Change in setup though, Raw Fuel all the way back towards the A side. Tripwire towards the switch, 1 towards the main. While the cavalry is towards 3 for...
Okay, they need to stop doing this. And they've been punished every single time. Revenant XSpark antidote, this time exposed, but SA2L so good on those trades and miss. If you can secure an entry like that, the site completely cleared up. But look at the spike. It's still venturing around the catwalk. Will eventually use his ultimate and plant it around B. All part of the plan. Final round. So everything put on the line as Raw Fuel just good there for 1. But it's going to be those guided salvos that mark the end of him. And SA2L, a 7-5 swap on the attacking side of Ascent.
For the composition that they were playing, it was inevitable. But there is one more inevitable thing for all the people out there. You can win some amazing Valorant VPs by just answering the question that's on your screen. How many maps went to overtime in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1? You've got the options in front of you. Scan the QR code. There's going to be a form. Fill that form. Type in your answer and click on submit. The one who answers the maximum correct questions at the end of the week will win the VP. So you don't want to miss out on those options because there's quite a lot of upcoming new skins, and you've also got some gifting system, you know. But I'm gonna just drop my Valorant ID out there. Maybe if you're generous enough, send me a gift.
I mean, it's a shame that you know the answers and still cannot participate. But yeah, anyone gracious enough, at least EXE isn't so far as RNTX just bombard through mid. SA2L having no answers, and just like that, King Kappa, the only player alive as against Raw Fuel, will tip him on that cipher.
Okay.
Position compromise, HP quite low, and Venka, he does not miss. Not on these occasions as RNTX get another.
Did they get a plant goal though? I think so they did. At the very last second, yeah. I think so they did get a plant goal. I did hear the sound. So, and now eventually prepare for the round after this as well. It's pretty crucial, right? You can already see a couple of rifles with a Guardian and a couple of Ghosts. So, they're looking to upgrade it into the next round itself.
Antidotes on a Vandal. Interesting.
He'll probably drop it.
Cutting through.
Wait, he does not. Alright, fair enough. I mean, giving the man a better chance with a better weaponry. Wenka ready to pop flash after hearing an noise out there in A main where SATUL are just setting their trap play.
There's nice pop flash, but Benka was ever so prepared. Yoru Dev.
Still standing up there, not leaving that space, so...
Look at RNTX.
Yeah, the spike's gonna go towards the B side. They realize the stack is at A, there's no need to try and brute force their way in. SATUL are kind of feeling it, so they're just repositioning, going all the way back towards the B side, and SATUL kind of got the wrong read in this one. It's alright. Either way, they're on pistols, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a round that they could let go. LF has got that vision. Little room available, could thread the needle there. Benka is present. Oh, shots missed. LF still breathing though. Bottom off time. Spike planted. King Kappa coming in through mid. The doors have been shut down. And at this point, things have slowed for SATUL until and unless somebody from RNTX decides to step off into uncharted territory. That's where SATUL might be hoping to strike. Does not seem like the case so far. No, RNTX this time, exercising discipline.
Staring down to their opponents in the eye. Not even letting them move an inch. Again, I like the discipline from SATUL. They're like, sure, we're just not gonna get them real talk whatsoever. Hold on! My man just stays there for the last second and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna steal them away myself.
Yeah, all they could get was Rofu's dropped weapon.
That to a ghost, it's fine. No, either way,
Just, I mean, he still has to full buy right now.
Here's the thing, he either ways was going to full buy. That's the reason why they took those two ghosts.
Yeah,
in the
he was
previous
that
round,
sacrificial
so absolutely.
guy.
And it's very much a full buy round of the game because all 5 or rather 4 Vandals out there with the half shield.
Yeah,
there's a Guardian as well
concerning.
carried forward. It indeed is because now SATUL will have to be a bit more worried about it. It seems like it's going to be mid probably yet again for the contesting rounds.
Cage 3. Well, these are conditions that RNTX really love to play under, especially on their attacking side. Love to retain the tempo, but this time Maze understanding that RNTX might be off to a few shenanigans around mid. Taking down Aziz, it's a little concerning for them. 7 the score line, and the drone spotting Benka out. Did it spot Georgie though?
I don't think so. Probably saw Wenka out here.
Caution here.
Tripfire out there. I like the idea. It's only a Yoru decoy, so you don't know how many players have actually made that cross.
Spy cam.
The camera is going to give the information. Yes, you're absolutely correct about that. So you might as well just break that trip now. That's absolutely fine, right? As you'll have given up mid. They're stacking over towards the side. Covering each of those backs as well. Should technically be a B split. Georgie is going to send out the drone to give out an A fake out. Already
30
used up
seconds left.
the guided salvos as well. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for King Kappa as well as Hoax to hold this backside down. It's all on them now.
And they're kind of cornered.
The boathouse.
Yeah. And at this point, time is of the essence. King Kappa delivers. He goes big. 2 kills already. Antidote a little late to get that trade.
Time.
Hoax. His position not known. And now that's gonna hurt them. Oh my god. RNTX completely oblivious of Hoax positioning.
It is over.
And they get punished for that.
Just 2 players, 1 necessary for SATUL to hold it all down.
God.
Boardhouse is a territory which if you do not clear, you're gonna get punished out of there. And King Kappa again goes big. He indeed is standing up to his name today. Stress and pressure onto the heads of Revenant XSpark now.
Try not to die.
But it's absolutely fine. They're still gonna force a buy out here with the half shields. It's all right.
Shadows traveling.
Some of them have still got enough to run out of the next round though. And this time, It's gonna be Amen.
Nice push, Aziz giving them that entry that they needed. Helef caught in no man's land, gets punished, and it's been back and forth so far this matchup. Down the wire, 8-7 scoreline, will make it 8-8 as RNTX quickly scoop in. Loving the change of pace as well. Previous round, they took their time, they planted, but this time it felt like, you know, they had that flip switch being triggered. They're like, we have had enough, let's just go diving in.
Yeah, here's the thing, you know, once if you're taking your time, then you still are waiting to use those mid to late round in order to go for those executes. If you're talking about the composition of Revenant XSpark, they do not have a lot of intel gathering utilities apart from just the payload drone, which in that one round they used up for the fake towards the A side, and that's why they were caught by the boathouse players.
Set well on lighter buy. Now the 4 comes in. Maze present. Oh, Aziz has no clue of what's happening. Good thing Antidote comes in to rescue. This time a little too quick, and Georgie gets off Techno as well. A 3-on-4 situation where SA2L still will have their cards placed at Hoax and the Guardian that he's reading. At this point, those guided salvos come pouring through. Georgie has to step a little ahead as Antidote. He takes charge. And now, final man Hoax also put down to rest as RNTX. They find themselves on the greener side this time. They get the 9th round on the board.
SA2L were on a save, so understandable.
Yeah.
Not gonna be that big of a problem for them, but now they bring in the operator into the mix. Normally you would want the operator up as quickly as possible when you're on the defensive side of Ascent. So there can be a lot more opportunities, lot more openings.
Get out of my way!
Standing ahead.
Classic Sova. Miz finds the first opener, though. What a recon on the back of it. Wainka has also been chipped down to 71.
Here.
Now the operator. A couple of players have made that cross though.
Oh, Miz just so good, but Inca equally better. But all he could gather was just 2. And now, man advantage for SA2L. A 2-on-3 situation, and Antidote. He's got to spew magic. But Techno says no, sit down. As Georgie, final play, might have an open site. Does he get the plant? I think he can, but he needs a kill before that. At this point,
I love it.
Oh, he can really catch the players of SA2L off guard, but he goes for the plant and now they're burning.
Yeah, the whole thing about it is even if you try to go for it, all the 3 players were playing together, so wouldn't have got a lot out there. And the recon, alright, gives out the information. Paranoia might as well just knife the man after so much bombardment. Another great round from SA2L, equalizing the scoreline yet again.
My ult is ready.
And the Opera failed.
Absolutely. Opera traved, Odin carried forward, and on the back of this defuse, Hoax has also got his Hunter's Fury.
It's so disgusting when you've got an Odin on the other side, and at the same point you low-key sort of enjoy it. That's recon coming in, and just Odin goes brrrah. It's so much damage.
Per patapim, huh?
Yeah, I mean, go for it if you've got this. And especially at this point, RNTX, they've got so much ultimates to play around with. And the same even goes with SA2L. So this is going to be one chaotic round, both those teams on proper buys. As Antidote, this time being the one aggressing, but Techno puts them to sleep. But Antidote, alright, got some cure for now. As SA2L just 3 men, as the Porus come in, side secured. Helen is going to do something nice, he does. Gets a good start to the round, but Antidote equally better as King Kappa. Now on a 2-on-2.
low HP on King Kappa as well as Antidote, and that's why King Kappa is the one who's actually carrying the operator. I feel though it's going to be important. Spike's going all the way towards the B side. Now there are a couple of tripwires still placed there. It's going to go through the door, so that's one thing. What? Oh, okay. That's a pretty smart way, to be honest. You want to catch the flying jet out there, and that's the reason why he plays that tripwire like that. But still, King Kappa finds an angle, and on the back of it, ultimate.
This is looking bad, but Raw Fuel he somehow saves the day.
For now.
Yeah, 25 seconds on the clock. And Hawks got some chip damage. Oh my god. And he connects the head. And SAT will just like that get the 9th round on the board and make it 10. Oh, what are we witnessing?
The fall of one of the big giants, probably. And I think so. It's about time. SAT, a lovely play yet again on the back of Hunter's Fury. They were able to deny the flood in towards the site as well, which gave an opening to King Kappa to land in that op shot. And the rest of the players falling up on the back of it. A lovely play indeed from Hawks as well, anticipating the close play because the spike was just planted. Raw Fuel did not have enough time to reposition. Had Hawks decided to play for his recon, that would have given Hawks enough time to maybe find a better angle. And on the back of it now, SATUL reaching double digits first, forcing the second and the last time out of Revenant XSpark. The last time this happened, RNTX were able to pinch together 3 consecutive rounds.
At this point, they need nothing short of 3 consecutive rounds if they have to keep this series alive. Looking at how SATUL have been playing, shoulder to shoulder, or a lot might even say better, it's gonna be an arduous task. And SATUL, they've got ice in their veins at this point. This young lineup is looking so good at this point, going against one of the mammoths and still having a game up them. And now Miz bring out Mid. Mid is he's playing with fire, Miz.
Last TV out here, Venka though. He's gonna be forcing out Miz from that position. Mid taken, Mid open, and on the back of it, look at the rest of the players. They're waiting in anticipation for any kind of push by SATUL from any other part of the map. But SATUL are playing very disciplined.
Locating targets.
Very safe for now.
Left.
Nice info gathered.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of players out here, and one of them was probably Aziz. Still, they're gonna hold down all the fort right now. Miz sends out the TP towards the A side and is still holding mid. So he can provide support to wherever he wants to, while the rest of the Revenant XSpark now, it's gonna be a B fake into an A hit or probably a B split. Rather, never mind. It's a full-on B hit right now. And SATUL, they've got the information as well. He's sending in players all the way out there.
They just need to stall the Armageddon. Also put out as Maze, cutting off Aces. And at this point, numbers favoring SATUL. Helef, he cannot die.
They've got 10 seconds left on the clock. They've got to force their plant.
And they are on the A side. I think the plant will be there. That was a quick rotate. Plant definitely comes in and Venka gets picked off. Now just to make matters worse, they have to defend the site with just 3 players and no ultimates.
No one's been chipped as well, apart from Helef. And they've got a bunch of utility out there, taking over the paranoia as well. They're gonna throw them all out too.
An Antidote, he has to clutch it, but not in this round. Put down to sleep, and Hoax.
Thanks.
He's gonna clean this one up as SATUL on the cusp of pulling a miracle here. As RNTS gasping for breath. What is happening, Scared? I'm loving this.
It is just the preparation now. SATUL have got it all prepared. They figured out what Revenant XSpark like to do. They were able to counter them on the defense as well. And now whatever Revenant XSpark is trying to do on the attacking side, SATUL have got a perfect counter for that. They know that RNTX like to play it from mid a lot. They want to play it from mid, insert a player, and then move towards one of the other sides by pulling off all the rotations. SATUL are not over-rotating, and they've always got a pair of eyes watching that mid. Doesn't matter if they get a pick or not, they're just going to hold that fort down, and look at their push this time around.
They're quite aggressive, and Raw Fuel would be shell-shocked with that one. And now King Kappa just bettering things down. Venka still finds a way though. As Techno will put another one. And SA2L dismantling Revenant XSpark. 12-9. The economy completely shattered.
As Revenant XSpark are now just playing a broken record fixes. Repeating every single thing. They see the presence in mid. They try to force their way towards the A side. They try to speed things up without checking the setup of King Kappa, who this time changed it. In the previous few rounds, it was towards the B side. This time around A side. Aziz getting caught out there. Big problem. And it's a series point. SATUL now just need one more to win it all out. Miz quickly trying to TP. Venka sends one shot right down his dome.
Yeah, Venka's had enough. Now Techno, he's got to defend with all his might. Hit chip out some damage though, not enough. Put the player down to rest. And now SA2L, they're the ones down on numbers. Site A secured. Spike planted. Folks at this point, hoping he would catch somebody around health. SA2L still.
Oh, they're playing heavily in this situation. Look at that.
Oh no. Yeah.
It's absolutely fine. RNTX don't know how many players are there.
Yeah, at this moment though, Raw Fuel, he knows he's got his life on the line. And now he's going to be baited out. King Kappa, Techno, get quick, nice trades. That will even out the numbers as Techno, he's on a different league. At this point, a 2-on-3, and the time ticking off. SA2L, they know this round has gone into gutters as Revenant XSpark keep their heads above the water. 12-10 the scoreline.
But this still is so good. They were able to take 4 rifles away from their hands, only 1 being carried forward. That means you don't have enough in the bank account to try and full buy for the next one. And if SATUL want, they can probably pick an outlaw up. Because Revenant XSpark will force the half shields, and it's going to be a perfect time to surprise them. Still going to go in for the operator though, and it's going to be a last time out by Hellranger. You know, we've kind of known this man to pull the timeout shenanigans off in this time. Not saying anything to the team, but just bringing it for the sake of it. Like, you know what, let's play with their heads a bit.
But you know, tensions are rising. This is where SA2L finally get tested to their limits. Do they crumble under pressure? Are they inviting an OT, or do they want to end things here now?
I think so they're winning. I think so they're winning it.
I mean, knowing Hellranger and all these players and the form they are in, ideally yes. But let's still not rule out Revenant XSpark. No, they have been there. They have been in the series, and they've realized that it's all about, you know, just going out aiming your opponents. Whilst SA2L, they're playing the tactical game. They're still dictating the pace though. But SA2L, what changes are they going to make? Do they have any pocket strat, any sort of a set play?
Maybe push out, maybe go for the B lobby push or something like that. But
he's deployed at A.
Look at,
he's going to go aggro.
Hey, yeah, misses towards the A side though. But again, look at the set of King Kappa, entirely different. A tripwire towards mid to hold any push down, and the second one all the way towards the back. He's leaving the lane control entirely in the hands of Hoax, and that is on the contact of this camera play. As soon as the camera sees something, Hoax is going to send out the recon and just boom bam with H3. Phantom has got in hand, and on the back of it, 1-for-1 trade right now though. Aziz shuts Hoax down. King Kappa still surviving. All the way towards the spawn though. Aziz finds the second and sends out the neural theft as well. Raw Fuel will get all the information out.
Yeah, he will, but look at Aziz just pushing through, and Aziz, he's a man on a mission on the 4th. and
Spike
possibly
planted.
eyeing for an ace. This is exactly what Revenant XSpark need at this point. And Aziz, the previous round also, he completely lost it, and that earned them that round. And he's gone berserk, and this is exactly what Revenant XSpark need to get themselves back into this.
Round on the back of heroics of Aziz. They're going to take it. They're going to take everything that they can get right now. But the question is for how long? Can this continue in the next round? Or will SA2L put them out of their misery? That's the main question right now. Techno is still going to carry this one rifle for the next round and should have enough to squeeze in another full buy.
Oh, look at the economy.
Not apart from King Kappa, yeah, everyone can
Final
probably
round.
force out a buy out there though, but here's the thing, King Kappa will not have the tripwires, so he's gonna change the...
No, he gets it, he gets it.
Because now he's picked up the Spectre.
Yeah.
That is the big problem. This man is not on the rifle, he's going 21 in 16. If he dies in the round,
Cover going out.
it becomes even more difficult, but this time it's gonna be an main push out there, pop flash. Back of that one-way smoke, Techno is gonna hold that ground.
Shadows traveling.
Drops it all down though.
Oh, RNTX, look at them. Being patient as ever. Just waiting for some intervention, maybe a mistake committed by SA2L as the numbers gathering around a...
Anticipating the aggression towards the main, and that's why they were playing it slow.
Look at this. Oh, Techno had a small window and now he flusters. He's good for one and now the side given away.
Folks, you have something. Can you pull something out of your hat? Maybe a rabbit, maybe a wolf, who knows, but something. Sends out the shock dart. Georgie barely surviving, barely breathing, and LF will get the pick on the back of those utilities. It's still a 3v3. Antidote down to 54, still winnable.
Spike planted.
Kappa does have his neural theft. He needs a kill. Needs a body somewhere. Hawks is doing it, but Venka
Last
quick
player standing.
on that trigger. Now it is just down to Venka,
remaining.
and he's done it. Pushed it down to a 1v1, and now the dimensional drift. Oh my god.
He's got the flashes.
He's got the flash, he's got everything. King Kappa faking that defuse at this point. Everything resting on Venka. 30% HP and a dream at this point. 50% defuse. Almost half done. And Venka, when does it trigger next? He's waiting, he's playing the time, and he clutches it out. Venka running cold, running down. Just when Revenant XSpark needed a hero, Aziz and Venka stepping up big time, pushing this game into an OT. Wow, what a turn of events.
The nerves absolutely ice cold. And he had a pretty crazy name all the way back then. His name was Venka Too Cold.
Oh yeah.
And he's living up to it right now.
And the world knows. Could have just removed that part, it's fine. We know how good this young man is.
Full util if you talk about it.
Now where does SA2L go from here? Mentally, are they exhausted? Are they out of ideas? Or do they still have some tricks up their sleeve? That's the big question.
Ascent has always been a map where
Cover going out.
Revenant XSpark has also been pretty decent. So I do not know if SA2L can bring some new strats out of their book. I think so they're going to do the same B split right now. Oh, a couple of players, the B main. They're now pins, they're now boys. Georgie gets the first one. No, on the other side though, low in the HP, but Aziz still bails his teammates out. Both the players are like pillars, which are not falling anytime soon.
Yeah, King Kappa and Halef put down, and now SA2L really
Not ready yet.
scrambling for space.
Shadows traveling.
Tables have been flipped. RNTX are riding once again. The momentum choo-choo train, miss. Right beside Antidote. Oh my god, it's gonna be... I am getting paranoid here.
One enemy
As
remaining.
Hawks and Georgie, oh my god. Venka will seal the deal and the round as well. And what's going on? 13 for RNTX, while SA2L stuck on that 12th ever since.
And now you can see the tension on the faces of the boys. Maybe it's about time they pull in another timeout and try to... When the hero was needed, Revenant XSpark had two. But who's gonna be for S8UL is the big question. King Kappa, unstoppable train till now. Miz, absolutely mind-boggling of a Yoru.
Maybe Techno. Or get in some Helif and Hawks magic. Whatever they need to, because they cannot be pushing this for a third map. Feel asked out, and this is where RNTX will get the edge.
But here's the thing, you know. Oh, last time I remember when Hawks and Venka were a part of the lineup of OG, we had an interview with Hawks, and I asked, people asked him the question about the map pool, right? And what kind of maps OG likes to play on. Hawks simply said that we pick up the maps that I like to call on. And Split was one of the maps where OG were almost undefeated. It shows you the strength of Hawks on that map and the understanding of him. So I think so, if it goes to map number 3, it's going to be either super close or S8UL are going to close that map out.
No, at this point, it's brains versus muscles.
I agree.
And by the looks of it, muscles have, especially if you've got somebody like a Venka and an Aziz firing on all cylinders, absolutely enraged. But here you go, on a quest to find out if it's gonna go for another OT or RNTX seal this one off. Can't rule both the teams out yet, especially if you're here for S8UL. Hawks, that recon has to be perfect, has to give some information out. You do have King Kappa just round Ninja. Alright.
Now you should send out the
sound heard, but no commitment. Look at this. They're heading towards A, they're scaling towards A. The spikes towards A.
And this recon should give the exact same information as well, but there's no one towards B. There's a tripwire in the pit, so they should be ready for the hit, and Miz eventually answers one, gets one, support from Techno and Helif as well as they shut down the entire push. Antidote for the trades, gets 2 of those people out there, but can he get the third? The answer is absolutely no, as it's raw fuel now to clutch it out for his team. 15 seconds indeed. He's got to pick up the spike as well. There's a drone out there on top of him. He wants to take the fight, but the fight is not being given to him. King Kappa just trying to spam out a little bit. 5 more seconds. Got the cage and the plant. King Kappa drop. Shot in the hand. And the time is bought as S8UL will force another overtime, and the discipline on the back of it fixes. Impeccable.
Oh my god, for a moment I had my heart out of my mouth. What a round that was. Same goes with the players. I mean, Miz and Techno, those crucial kills, denying that entry as RNTX. Oh, they have been pushed for another OT. S8UL will have another go at it on the attacking side. What innovation can they bring into this?
Not gassed out yet. That's all I'll
Surely
say.
Not.
Get down now. Decent amount of information being given with that drone, so the stacks still gonna remain over towards the B. That's where the spike is as well. A big nasty setup of King Kappa over towards the A side. He's put up a tripwire for anyone who wants to push outside of A. So let's get the cam out there in the vine. I think so it's going to be an A fake of Teho drone into a B.
Yeah. Almost baiting out the paranoia. Not yet. Just holding on to it. Techno got an inkling that says that S8UL, they're venturing on towards oh, Aziz. Oh my god, you beauty. King Kappa though, and Aziz on a 4th. He's on an ace. He's unstoppable at this point. Already on his Blade Storm. And now, oh, denied. Helif on a 1v2. Crossfire setup. Georgie is gonna put him down to sleep. And now SA2L got their backs against the wall once again.
Rarely have I heard that evil laugh in person, but jeez.
Oh, I'm enjoying this. I'm pretty sure the viewers as well. At this point, all the plays from the strat book coming out in the wild, out in the open. But it's a game of resilience right now. It's a game of hunger. Who wants it more? As SA2L on the defensive side, they've got raw fuel. All right, some early aggression on B.
LF.
As RNTX to squeeze in. Trades from both the sides, but LF one up better. And now Raw Fuel gets the trade. A 3-on-3 once again. Hoax left to fend all for himself. He's got some assistance. King Kappa is round the corner, but Techno, he's got to make that flank. He's got to make that difference. He's got to find Antidote. But will he? That's the big question. They've not committed onto the site yet. Still waiting for a kill before they do that. As one smoke dissipates, there's still one lying down. Antidote feeling paranoid right now. Got Techno coming in from the side. Antidote, he has to get a kill. He has to deliver. And SA2L, they're giving them that space. They're squeezing them in.
Antidote manages the economy really well, to be very honest. In terms of the paranoia, which has been there for quite a few rounds now.
Planted.
But that might become one of the most crucial tools in this round. Georgie's got the guided salvos up as well. Recon up, a couple of shock darts, Techno with smoke. Very much doable. They're smoked off the main. Recon's gonna go towards the backside. Broken down, not a lot of information. It's given. Spam out there. Georgie answers one, but Hoax with the shock dart catches Raw Fuel 2v1. Georgie has been a clutch master. Shorty in the hand, but as soon as his shoulder is seen, Hoax answers back. And SA2L are not going down without a fight.
This is drama at its absolute peak. SA2L and Revenant XSpark, rivalry coming in from different titles and resounding echoes heard through Ascent. Both these teams refusing to bow down, refusing to give up. 14 each is the scoreline, and here on we move to another OT.
How long can Revenant XSpark go is the big question now, because he seems like he's not gonna stop whatsoever. Shuts down Hoax out there. Techno not able to trade out his man. Spike all the way down on the floor, so they're just gonna try and feed the orb into Miss first, then maybe rendezvous over towards the A side to try and capture the orb out there as well. Couple of players moving towards the tree. Antidote is ready with the paranoia, and on the back of the camera's contact is going to send it out.
Oh yeah, he spots, he gets a nice paranoia.
Good return.
Yes, 58 HP is what Antidote will be surviving at. And now, here comes the paw. RNTX, keep prepared for this push. Seconds on the clock, and SA2L are yet to commit. They were hoping for an opener, and Techno's given them that. Antidote does not have the best of HP, but Aziz, he's cleaning up. Helef down, and Techno gets one more. King Kappa around the main, spots Raw Fuel out, ahead they connected. SA2L, they're doing it unless and until Aziz, he's got something else to say about that. Oh my god, what is this man made of? Definitely not just blood, flesh and bones. Surely something else. Surely extraterrestrial. Because that was a clutch that was needed. And he rose once again.
All that during the while Wenka burst out for King Kappa and shut that man down. Aziz is immortal. A Jet who's got the power of Clove right now. He just can't die.
And he refuses to.
And this time, it's Revenant XSpark with a timeout.
Oh, go for it.
Want to close things out in this attacking round. They do not want anything of what SATUL are selling on this map. The bare minimum going to 16-14. What is the longest OT in South Asia that we've seen in Valorant till now?
Yeah, we've got another trivia. Maybe for tomorrow. But for now, I do not want to think about anything else. But what's going to happen on the next round? The viewers, every one of them on the edge of their seats at this point. As SA12 backs against the wall once again. Who's going to be the hero this time? Or is it going to be Aziz Magic? As now SA12 getting a little aggressive. Oh, Venka spots out Techno, Danger Man out. This is exactly what RNTX needed.
As the smoke's gone. SATUL need to push this one out. They need to take the fight. Aziz taking down Raw Fuel, answers back as well. So the numbers are still there. And they are still dwindling. They're going to trust King Kappa over towards the B side and stack towards the A side. LF. If he peeks, he's gone. If he peeks, he's gone. And Georgie sends him back. It's all down to Hoax to hold his ground now. A 2v4. Aziz was the hero of Revenant XSpark. Venka was the hero of Revenant XSpark. Georgie has been a hero for Revenant XSpark. But who is it going to be for SATUL? Is it King Kappa? Or will it be Hoax? The pause through the mid-round to try and hold it all down. Make sure that there are question marks onto the heads. The people can't really double up. It's going to be the execute over towards the A side. Do not have the time. Sends out the recon dart to try and get some information on the back of Shocks. Absolutely nothing. Now it's all down to these last two members.
Yeah, indeed. And Kappa still being alive. Hopes still there for SATUL. But again, numbers really not favoring. Armageddon committed. And now King Kappa, what does he do?
Crossfire.
No utility also present as Georgie will put him down to rest as Antidote seals this one in. Oh, they had to fight tooth and nail for this victory. And they have been pushed to their extreme course. Chills down our spine as RNTX win game 2 and push for a third map. What a game of Valorant was, but now big question marks. Can SA12 bounce back from this setback as they were this close? One round close. It was what, 12-9? And RNTX pushed it to an OT, another OT after 2 OTs. They finally found, and that's where the question goes. Well, they gassed out because they went for those peaks. And this is something RNTX were on the pursuit for.
I think so. It's not about if they gassed out or not. It's more about the fact that it was an Aziz train after that in the last few rounds. Whenever it comes to the clutch situation, whenever you're caught between a rock and a hard place, Aziz is going to bring a bulldozer out here. He's going to save you from everything. And that is exactly what happened for Revenant XSpark. Getting those two crucial 4Ks out there. And all of that on the back of Venka's clutch in round number 24, where King Kappa just needed to land one shot on the body, but Venka played it to absolute perfection. What a game of cinema this was.
RNTX JCB summarized Aziz. That's how good he was. He does not care what's in front of him. He just smacks his way through it. That's what he did. I think towards the end, at least in the OT, it was an Aziz show all over. Multiple 4Ks, just not multiple frags. It was those 4Ks coming off, and you know, he just got everything for RNTX.
He became the Tung 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 Sahur at that point and just smacked down every single one who came in front of him. He's also got that form, and you don't need to hold your head. Yes, I'm into that brain rot stuff out there.
It's fine, it's fine. A lot of people find that cool, but you know, at this point, scared. You know, the storyline here is that, folks, we are heading off for a map 3. I mean, King Kappa, he started off so well. I gotta say, he was looking really good to the point where, you know, RNTX gave him due respect, did not hit a lot of his sides, or they just outnumbered them. And getting pushed towards OT, those small mistakes at this point, you know, I feel like it's gonna hurt SA2L so much because the lead they had, the advantage they had, just to let it go towards the end. This particular round, that 4K, I do not know what the stats would suggest, but for me, the MVP has to be Aziz and Aziz only. And yes, 27 kills, 249 ACS, and the headshot percentage is ludicrous, 46.4. That's insane.
Seems like another beast turned on inside of him, and then he was like, all right, King Kappa, you might be the monster.
Every second shot was ahead.
Absolutely. He's like, King Kappa, you might be the monster, but I am the Demon Slayer out here. And he just finished off every single one of them. But to be very honest, you know, a lot of it was also on the back of the teams providing support as well. But here's the big problem now that we are seeing the rest of the stats. 17-13 in terms of the first bloods. All right, still just a few here and there. Not too big of a deal. But look at those post plants. 13 times Revenant XSpark got the side out of the 30 rounds that we have played. 30 rounds is what it took to eventually find the winner of this game. While SA2L only were able to plant the spike in 6 rounds and converted 5 of them. So that's a bit of a bummer out there for them, but it's absolutely fine. Revenant XSpark again, thanks to Aziz, Georgie, even Venka, doing absolutely God's work out there for their team. While on the other side, only King Kappa, the man who had the major impact. Techno as well, following up closely. Miz though, on the later stages, he started to struggle. He was there. He was very active in the early stages. But during those OTs, yeah, it seemed like he was out of ideas.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing with duelists. You start off really well and suddenly there's a stall on your momentum and couple of rounds you're picked off. You start making, getting impatient. You start making those small mistakes and that goes heavy. Miz getting picked off multiple times around those latter phases, and you know, SA2L not having other heroes to step up, somebody alongside the likes of King Kappa, because towards the end also King Kappa had no answer. Absolutely. I mean, it came down so much to the wire and we were all so excited, but yes, another map is what we got. I hope the excitement does not stop, because usually history dictates somebody gets gassed out by round map 3, and in this case it could be SA2L, but hey, they have been doing nothing but surprising us. So who knows, in Split it could be SA2L, or maybe it could be RNTX hitting heavy on that momentum that they have just carried with. All that happens, folks, after this short break.
Hold up, why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
go. I done more blood, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my leg. Running fist fire, ain't scared no grace. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I promise so if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBA, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, let's go. I done more blood, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, skittle my life. Green pet flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spinner. Blind with a face, spin roulette on this like we gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 没心将我包围。Renegade， 用无自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套，一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标 ？Renegade go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. I done more blood, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. I done more blood, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes.
2 maps over, and we're unable to separate these two mammoths of orcs as the battle will continue in Split. Once again, folks, welcome back. You are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2, where SA2L and RNTX are battling it out against each other, whilst RNTX have now won Ascent, sold SA2L's map pick of choice, and we're headed to the decider. It's going to be Split.
I am still going to put my cards in the basket of SA2L this time around. I know Hooks loves to call on this map, and for RNT XSpark, I'll have to say, you know, last time back when they were playing all the way in Split 1, there were times when they were struggling on this map, and let's be honest, we clearly saw that the entire team was struggling. If not for it, we might have seen a very different result in this scenario. So, if in case SA2L find a way to actually stop this man from his massacre, maybe we will see SA2L do the unthinkable, prove the Pickems wrong for a lot of teams out there, and also maybe break some hearts, but rather make a lot of new.
You know, honestly, at this point, I don't care about Pickems anymore. I just love what this new SA2L is coming up with. You know, that punch, that power, that oomph. But yes, the agent select.
The breach into the Fade composition, pretty standard, fair enough. Normally we see a Teho breach out here, but Fade is also fine in terms of the info initiation that you're going to get, while the rest of the people sticking with the standard comp. Omen along with the Raze and Cypher, they've got the simple straightforward idea. Revenant XSpark on the other side though, again, Wenka playing in with the Yoru, Aziz, that's a double duelist, just like the previous one. Still want to do the exact same thing, kind of want to put Yoru in a way where he's going to try to catch some timings out there with the TP, set things up, be the first entry, follow up by the Aziz, and we are already seeing by the follow-up entry what Aziz is actually doing in the entire previous map we saw. So we go towards the pistol round. 3 ghosts on both the sides each, half shields again. I think so. I do like the idea of what SA2L are trying to do. They're going to start all the way from the B side.
I mean, at this point, it is either Hooks' shot calling that wins SA2L this map, or Aziz, the momentum train that he is heavily going through, will get it for RNTX. Or maybe we could see some other hero step up. But whatever it's worth, Wenka. Nice info gathered, as now SA2L storm their way towards that B side. Of course, a little resistance being posed, courtesy to that smoke.
Mid push, insane, absolutely, but Techno finds the information.
He does. At this point, Techno not having the best of HPs, but he knows there's somebody breathing under his neck.
Oh, there's 4 people on the side.
Yeah, and now RNTX, they've got hordes of information about what SA2L is up to. Wenka, he's got support, and now Georgie is gonna start cleaning up. Techno, of course, gets one, but gets traded right after, as bloodshed throughout the B site, and Hooks and Helef are the 2 players that remain. Aziz, alright, Hooks, watch out. Aziz from the backline almost did heavy hitting there, as Helef not good enough, as Revenant XSpark will close this and win the pistol.
Pretty solid play from RNTX out here again on the information of Wenka. And then the mid push down out there. Taking that space away, inserting Aziz for the backstab, and Aziz finding a perfect timing on the back of it as well. While the rest of the players hold the side down. Good play. And I did like the paranoia as well that came out from Antidote. It just fully blinded Miz. He could not see anything apart from his death incoming.
At that point, now, again, commitment towards that B side. Orb steal by the players. Of course, King Kappa on the lurk, around A, gathering enough information, whatever he possibly can. As now Techno, position also compromised.
They're gonna hold it all down now again. Not gonna make a lot of noise. Stole the orb outside of B and now want to focus their attention on mid. Now this is the exact place that RNTX have left open. It's fair enough. They want to play in for the long ranges. That's what they're doing right now.
At this point, Profuel, he's already fueled up and there's no stopping him. And Georgie doubles down as SA2L, they crumble, they collapse. And now Hooks The last hope as Aziz. Look at this man showing no fear, showing no mercy, but Hawks! No! You were not supposed to do that.
Not to Aziz
In
out
the
there.
Lion's Den, out of every other player, he chose Aziz. Oh, I hope it does not end up costing SA12 this match.
My goodness, that's gonna be clipped.
He just did not poke the bear. He literally put his hand inside the tiger's mouth.
He booped the bear.
I don't know. I don't know how RNTX are gonna feel about that. Maybe a little smile on their faces. Show us the cams, please.
Only we could.
Yeah, request denied.
Not the first time. But
That hurts.
so does this knife.
Yeah.
That was nasty, Hooks. You might have lost the round, but you still won the round. That's what I'm gonna say. All right. On the back of it now again. Look at the positioning of Georgie right now, just holding it down inside of the smoke if anyone wants to push, but no one's doing that. And as soon as the smoke fades, he's gonna get all the information of B main. So the stack towards the A side could remain, or rather they can try and move a bit more towards the mid. That's exactly where the Prowler was sent as well. A judge in the hands of Antidote. If nothing works, a judge always does. And this is one of the nastiest angles out there.
Yeah, Miz has somehow gone by fence, but not really progressing. They've got that trap wire set up.
Exactly.
So, as a result of which, no unnecessary intervention, but Techno just walks in. And Antidote is there to punish it now. Raw Fuels, he's also gonna double down. Hellef, annoyed at this point. And now Aziz, yeah, he's starting to take over. And this is sounding very alarming for SNTL because
30
he's supposed to
seconds
be
left.
there by, and RNTX have not lost a man.
Not a single one indeed, apart from HP on a couple of them.
One enemy remaining.
Kappa is also going to wrap up from behind them. Aziz, though, already down to 5 HP, but it's absolutely fine. Venka is going to put Helef out of his misery and just going to upgrade on the rifles as well. A bonus round converted for Revenant XSpark, and again on the back of Antidote's judge towards B Heaven.
At this point, you know, this is what I was a little skeptical about. This is what I feel. That, you know, SA12, they were just on the verge of closing their series down, pushed it to multiple OTs and lost, and now they might be exhausted mentally. But they'll have to find some string of succession.
To be honest, even Miz is struggling. 0-3 and 0. Haven't really found a lot of success out there. Level Satchel into the site as well, but right in the crosshair of Aziz, and he's got his showstopper up for the next round too.
Face your fear.
Able to answer back, and he's committing in this round.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
One enemy remaining.
Georgie and Venka.
Spike down A.
Oh my god. They get individually, and the Revenant XSpark, they are starting to take over. The blemishes of RNTX seems like it's back, and now they're moving on. It's an absolute onslaught that's going on with SA12 having posed no response whatsoever.
An early timeout out here for SA12. 4-0 start again. Revenant XSpark are the ones who won. And again, it's a questionable decision for the Nightfall in previous round. You do not have the buy. No weaponries whatsoever. You do not even have a numbers advantage.
Look at the body language also scared.
Hooks has removed his cap.
Yeah, seemingly tired, exhausted. And it takes a lot out of you, especially such a high stakes matchup. And this is what I was, like I said, right, further emphasizing on it, really concerned about. Probably the hero big time.
I mean, who's going to be the hero? That's the big question.
His has to be. Has to be.
How? There's Aziz on the other side.
Yeah, that's for the boys to figure out, but SA12 desperately need somebody
King Kappa.
picking them up.
King Kappa.
Yeah, that's the thing though.
It's got to be the one.
He's also not opened up.
That's
0-4 on 1.
And even, I mean, they're kind of matching the scoreline, but
Find you.
Check it out there again. I like this setup a bit better than what they were doing in the previous few rounds. King Kappa has sent out a couple of cages over towards the A. He's going to turn them on whenever he wants to create a question mark of that look, just to try and grab the attention of the players. Mid, gonna get the information out. It's only Helef who's been stunned up, so not a lot. A heavy stack towards mid and B heaven. So B side is the strong side. There's also the setup of raw fuel out here. The nade's gonna take care of one of the tripwires, but not the second. Okay. And that's the reason. Techno getting caught out there.
Oh, this is getting Revenant XSpark completely taking over. SA12 really running out of ideas now. Heck, they even scared to enter the site, but still take the risk as the paranoia follows up. Raw fuel will act on that.
Last player
LF
standing.
dealt with, and raw fuel now he's also seemingly taking charge of this game. And now Aziz as RNTX, they get a flawless.
On the back of his Boombot as well. 5-0. And that too just right out of the timeout. And it's going to be another eco round for SA12. And they're going to be getting caught in this economical debt, which is difficult to break from because there's an operator in the hands of Venka. They're just leaving one side for Venka, putting the rest of the tools on the other side. Raw fuel this time changing the setup, moving towards the A side. So B still can't say it's the weaker side, right? There's Aziz holding his angle down out there, mid as well. Oh, now it's going to be an aggressive start. Miz with the bucket.
Prowler sent out. Georgie somehow managed to avoid that miss. Restless through the corners, through the elbow. Aziz, oh, he's got a thin angle. Miz finally finds an opener. And now SA12, oh, Techno, a big mistake, but Hoax the trade at least in due time. SA12 so promising as ever, but raw fuel gold as Ice as keeps on racking up kills after kills. Now down to a 1v1.
Ex-teammates, IGL versus the Duelist. And it's the Duelist who comes out on top. Venka stands up for his team, denies the opener to SA12 even after all that struggle.
Almost a thrifty pulled off by SA12 there, but yes, when one player falls, the other steps up. Antidote and raw fuel really giving them that space there. And then Venka to close things off. 6-0 SA12. They are getting shredded apart.
If there's any other round that they can convert, then it's got to be this one. Never mind that. Miz this time around. Just Venka catching a flying raise in that scenario. Be any more unfortunate than that. King Kappa answers back, but Aziz dug behind the box. Sleeky guy, sneaky guy, antidote. The Omen battle out here. Techno does not want to peek in from that smoke. Plays disciplined out here. The angles being cleared. Got the Rolling Thunder available, and on the back of this now an open B site as well. But this is something that we know, not the rest of the members. And Georgie is all the way up in heaven. Stuns him up, but still there's an angle. But Georgie will be taken down. Hoax quickly answering back.
Yeah. Down too low though. 6% HP, but have the numbers advantage favoring them. And now Helen. That was a nice lurky position, taking Aziz off, but raw fuel, he's a man feeling himself. And let's not forget,
Helef needs to join his man quickly.
Yes, he's got it in his DNA. Raw fuel could be a deadly assassin, but this time Techno.
Good rewrap.
Yes. They somehow redeemed themselves back in. A little bit of that resurgence shown, but still far from into contestation.
What a shot from Venka. That opener was as nasty as it could be. But a good trade-off on the back of it. King Kappa quickly shutting him down as well. And then the rest of the players taking control of the side. The pick on Georgie up in B Heaven was the most crucial one. Had he survived, this round could have been entirely different, but can take anything that they can get. It's going to be a showstopper up in mid. Venka, not again. He shuts down Miz. No showstopper for this round as well. On the back of it, now there's an Armageddon to stop them out. Aziz in heaven becomes his own Armageddon of the team. Techno pushes out only to be shut down by Venka.
Yeah, at least those trades were there. RNTX still holding on to the numbers. Antidote. He's got Helif right in front of them. And at this point, SATL a little worried. A 2-on-4 situation. And now they want to back off.
On the orb just to fake someone out, maybe get some presence known. They're going to rotate all the way from the spawn towards the A side. But here's the thing, look at that very far forward tripwire from Raw Fuel.
Yeah.
It's going to give the information out to the team that the players are moving all the way towards the A side. He's got one for the site as well, a camera for Heaven. They've got all the tools that they need all for all the information. And Antidote has got his ultimate
30
available.
seconds
So
left.
he can reinforce the side very quickly. But here's the fun thing. It's now being called for a save. They're not going to force any kind of chance onto this one. They need to keep these weaponries for the next round. Maybe drop something. Hooks can probably drop something. King Kappa might be able to squeeze in a buy.
Left.
Miz and Techno, not so much.
Of course, I mean, them having just won that previous round kind of takes away that max loss bonus also. So really not helping the endeavors of SA2L as no other choice but to save as RNTX get the 7th also.
Can I get a drop?
And now SA2L completely in tatters. Another Vandal being picked off. They've got 2 ultimates to play with. As Miz is going to go for a force buy. So maybe in quick execute either onto its mid or maybe towards A.
Could be possible, but look at Aziz. He's one away from his own showstopper. That's the second one of the half. He's getting one every 4 rounds. Probably
Let's not
will
talk about him, you know. Oh! Venka.
Tight angle out there in the vents though. Quickly TPing out of there. Forces out the C's.
King Kappa. He's got some information. Realized 2 players. Scaled up and now. This is what I'm liking about RNTX. They're not anymore too pushy about it. But still, so vigilant ever since. Oh, Venka. He usually does not miss the second at least. But King Kappa. It's a quick pick. He's gonna get that information of Raw Fuel. Raw Fuel being a little sneaky. He's alone, he's feeling lonely. Miz showing up and King Kappa. That's a nice set play. As Venka, he's got that shot to play with. SA2 will get another plant. And Revenant XSpark. They're in 2 minds.
It's all about the retake, but Hooks has got a full bunch of utility available with the Aftershock as well as the fault line. They're sending out the Paranoia as well towards the screen. Lovely to delay any kind of push. Taking out that smoke, Georgie. Salvos are out there, but Aftershocks can stop any kind of push, but Venka still answers back.
Oh yeah, he does. And he's gotten the 3rd also, Antidote. Oh my god, King Kappa. This is as close as it could have gone for SA2L. And they dropped the ball. How? How?
They were forced onto a corner, and yet Revenant XSpark pulled through.
This is crushing, bro.
Georgie cleared out some space with the salvos. Aftershock was there to as a response to stop them from flooding in from screen, but Venka just D-keyed and moved all the way towards the side. Took down the first one, and it was all thanks to the paranoia of Antidote. And fun fact, he gave away the operator to Antidote. Got a couple of picks out there. Antidote finding the 3rd one with a quick scope. And eventually, look at this. Holy smokes, wasn't even a quick scope out there. My god, this was a black scope.
I mean, for a lot of people not knowing, and me personally knowing Antidote right from the very origins of his career back in the days when he used to play in Kolkata, a young prodigy, which is a house to so many FPS talents across the country. Antidote was a breath of fresh air that Kolkata needed. And yes, he's gotten back to his old ways. And now on that op, so good. Showed his mettle, but now looking at the bigger scheme of things, RNTX just walking by, SA12 having no response whatsoever. 1-8 the scoreline, and scared. It's just looking so scary if you're an SA12 fan.
They've taken both of their timeouts in the previous one.
Yeah.
After the previous round, so as you've perfectly mentioned, it is looking even more scary. And fun fact, 3 people holding the mail room.
After a while, RNTX will get back to their shenanigans, and look at this. This is what I was worried about. Aziz was done holding on to that showstopper for quite some time. And Venka, oh my god, aggression punish. Just when I was having the feeling RNTX is going to be a little indisciplined. SA12, they find that opener.
All down to raw fuel now, but with how the things have been going, I think so he has got a very solid chance to clutch it. Folks is holding the angle, smoke being thrown out. He's got a cage available though. Maybe if he wants to, he can throw it out and make that crossing. Still, it's gonna hold it. It's all about timing.
Yep.
Heaven, no one is there. It's all gonna go down to the side.
Oh, position compromised, and Techno this time he would not miss. And RNTX no, they've got a glee smirk on their face. Yeah, little aggression punished. And at this point, they also have to realize that, you know, let's just end this if they wanna. You do not wanna be pulling more strings here. You never know when this gets converted into an 8-4, and suddenly SA12, they've got enough rounds to defend.
Do they?
Who knows? We've seen bizarre things, so anything could happen. It's all about the momentum game at this point.
And to turn that momentum into their favor, HLF has got the Nightfall available with Lotus. Good fun this time around though. HLF has probably got some of his own nightmares. With the Prowler was able to save himself out, and again Venka was able to TP out after that first shot. They could rendezvous all the way back in mid to eventually move maybe towards the vent or towards the B main. The question is where. They're smoked off vents, that means they want to go towards B heaven.
Ooh, Aziz.
Don't peek.
Not yet, just not now. Alright, somebody's always looking behind, somebody's always looking back, but Aziz! There's no stopping this man, but hold on! Hoax has had enough. Still a 3 on 2 right now, and RNTX.
Spike down B.
Alright, what could have started off initially as a hiccup into this round? They get their way in, and the 9th on the board.
How can you pick up such a perfect timing?
Spend your money now.
When there's someone watching that space, you don't peek, and as soon as you hear the Nightfall, you decide, alright, it's about time. Quickly peeks in the way when no one was looking at him.
30 seconds left.
I think Techno was just about to use one of his utility.
He was about to use his smokes, and yes, that's the
That's the
game
tiny
sense.
window.
That's the game sense. You know that as soon as one is using the Nightfall, the second one would be putting in the smoke, and the rest of the 2 players will be trying to scale up on the side, so no one's going to be watching those choke points. Lovely play from Aziz.
Just built different, and now
missiles away.
Rolling Thunder.
But the site is entirely empty, so they're not going to care about it at all. And now on the back of it, there's still a ton of utility available, and Antidote finds the opener on Techno, while 26 HP in the hands of Miz. They've got a Stinger into the mix. This round could eventually be done for unless they somehow awaken a hero, but this is not how it's going to awaken.
Yeah, not at all. A 2-1-3, hold on. King Kappa still alive. Just when we were capping him out. Alright. 1-on-2. Kappa. Gonna defend with his might, but no. Just that last crouch.
Almost could have got that one.
I'll handle this.
And it's a 10-2 swap for Revenant XSpark. The domination is unreal.
Yeah, at this point, it's quite literally soul-crushing. For
I see what you did there.
yeah, I mean, why not? It's quite what's happening. And from here onwards, what would you do if you're Hell Ranger? What would you say to your troops?
Give a pep talk to Miz first.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quite under the weather lately. 2 on 12, not exactly what duelist
Here's the fun thing.
should be having on his stat book. Yeah.
Revenant XSpark are running with a couple of duelists out in this one, so you know it's going to be explosive.
Well,
How are you going to stop that one?
it's just gonna keep on getting worse. And look at this, Georgie. Get some valuable info. Now, King Kappa. Okay.
Everyone.
Okay.
Everyone on Revenant XSpark have been just holding it all the way outside the A side.
Out of charge.
While Wenka is just creating the question marks.
Little love mark. So that spy cam. Now miss. Anticipating. RTX plotting through a LF still. Getting that early opener though, but Aziz so good on that trade, but Maze finally delivers just to get shot down.
Why the reload? Could have got the second one as well if not for that reload, but
Venka.
he's on a lurking duty.
Look at him. He's gonna cook, isn't he?
Or he's gonna get cooked.
Either of two, because Spike.
With the way where he is sitting right now, he is going to cook.
I mean, at this point,
But
yeah, even SA12, and I feel like they've got the read.
they probably have. That's why they've got a couple of people already set up towards
30
the B.
seconds
One of
left.
them is a kill trip. So they're ready. Cam is gonna get. Cam is there for the information as well, watching Heaven as well
Oh,
as
now
main.
they know.
Yeah, they've got the idea. Alright. They do not have the idea of the Techno's position. That's gonna be fun. Pop flash down.
Oh, look at this. Venka!
Seconds left.
That's a
Last
disaster.
player standing.
And
Oh!
Techno, he's gonna capitalize on that. And SA12, out of nowhere, they pulled such an important pistol.
That was such a fabulous timing picked up by Techno and King Kappa to make that crossing. That right after they did, that's when Venka was able to hold on to that space. So he thought maybe no one has made that cross. An important pistol round, a do or die pistol round. For now, it's a do for SA12. For how long? That is the question.
Yeah, I mean, that muscle memory reload triggering for Miz must be cursing himself now. But no time to lament. They've got to get 7 rounds at a stretch. No corners cut. SA12 having the better weaponry. As for RNTX this time on Mayor Classics, no investments.
That's where this outlaw is going to become
Oh.
even more crucial. LF. Bit surprised out there though with the mid shell. Maybe chunked down to a low HP, but it's absolutely fine. It's going to stay alive for now. Raw Fuel taking care of the tripwire in bed, creating the question mark.
Bring them
Yeah,
down.
indeed he is, but this Prowler takes away nothing really. And now LF is caught between a rock and a hard place, but still, despite that, he gets 3. And Techno will finish it off. So SA12 is starting slowly but surely, regaining the composure. But this has to be one of the most important rounds of the series. RNTX on a bye, SA12 on the bonus.
We're going to say the same thing if in case SATL are able to pull off the comeback and they're about to equalize the scoreline. But yes, I agree with you. Right now, this is the most important round. There's only one half shield across the board. So the Outlaw's not going to provide as much value. And it's a judge in the hands of Helef. He's going to hold down the B heaven. Utils all the way thrown out in mid. There's still a tripwire out there. King Kappa's holding Vent. A widespread setup with a 1-1-1-2 kind of set. That one camera is going to hold on and gather the information of entire A heaven as well. And it's a big push.
Sees as well to follow up. Fades across both the sides. At this point, a 4-on-4 still as RNTX. Losing out on a Z is not the best of news. Even SA2L out on King Kappa. Maze has to deliver. Profuel usually does not miss, but this time the window being too narrow. Maze still laying the pour coming in as Techno. They take that moment to scale up towards the A side.
There's still 3 people towards this A side, so that's going to be a big thing. But LF is moving away from here. He was holding the perfect angle till now.
30 seconds left.
A lot rests on his nimble shoulders at this point. Did whiff a couple of bullets, but won't miss the second time. A clean head. Of course, Anti knows where he is. And he gets the trade. And Venka, an important kill at that. A 2-on-2 now. 10 seconds on the clock. Can they get the plant? So given the fact that Techno, whoa! What a round! What a way to come back into this! I think this is exactly the opener they needed. They'll have to hold on to this.
I was about to mention that both the players are low, and this outlaw is going to one-shot both of them. And it absolutely did, but all on the back of Miz holding the Benji Fishy angle down. Standing in that corner, getting the first one, transitioning to the second as well. The long-range Phantom, you need a head and the body, and he was able to deliver. Broken by for Revenant XSpark now on the back of Stingers.
That was a bonus converted for SA2L. Gonna feel happy about it. Still not celebrating yet. Now, got their work cut out. They've got to win quick rounds, at least 3, before we can say that the comeback is real. But surely enough, RNTX seems like their fangs have gotten a little blunt at this point. Need to sharpen it once again.
I don't think so they're going to have any problem right now, but this pop flash play is going to be crucial.
Oh, look at LF. They shout some damage though, but RNTX still trying to take control of that mid area. LF really so good. Crossfire help, but Georgie, that was a nice opener. He squeezed in, he edged through, and SA2L had no idea. They left gasping for some control, and now this is going to trigger a reaction. And suddenly, RNTX could be in this. Still Hoax.
30 seconds left.
With that Ghost gets a 3k. And now, down to a 2-on-2. But Miz. Oh, he's angered. And Rafuel shall face his wrath.
2v1 now. 12 more seconds remaining, and Venka has got no weaponry apart from Sheriff.
And LF will put him down to sleep, and SA2L, one more important round.
Hoax with the hero play on side. He had an outlaw, got the first one with the outlaw, pulled out a ghost, looked towards the elbow, took the first man down, and then turned around to get the second one as well. That was absolutely madness.
And look at this. SA2L have not lost a single round after the swap.
You jinxed it.
And at this point, I don't know. We're just mere microorganisms in this grand scheme of things of what is happening in front of us. And suddenly, RNTX, after such a big lead, SA2L putting in everything that they have. Now finally forcing RNTX for a timeout, because if RNTX lose this one, the economy is going to get torn apart, and SA2L, I think, will not just get the 7th, but also the round after that. So 10-8 is a possibility, and a lot will say, yes, the comeback is there now.
I'm looking at the alt economy as well to make that 10-8 a reality. Miz is one away from the showstopper. He's got the operator now on board. Half shields across the board for Revenant XSpark as well. On the other hand, they themselves are not that close to their main ultimates, but the Armageddon is up, so that could probably be round defining. An aggressive play though over towards the A side. They wanted to catch on Raw Fuel. He's playing all the way from spawn.
Oh, missed. Changing directions. This time around B. He's got the operator. Down with as RNTX. Positions compromised, but King Kappa showing resilience. Standing tall, holding guard. As SA2L pummel down RNTX. With nothing left for Rofuel to salvage here. But to tuck his tail and maybe run, that's going to be a long wait.
35 seconds into the round and the round is finished.
Almost, yeah.
It actually is finished. Now Rofuel is just going to run back. He's going to save the rifle.
And I'm starting to wonder if SA2L will want to press this matter. Take that rifle out.
I don't think so. They're going to do that.
Yeah, I mean...
It's a big map, man. It's a very big
Yeah, of course. I mean, given Hoax is on just 800 creds, the others do have enough for a buy next round, but I don't think they want to play
30
it
seconds left.
risky this time.
Helif is actually going on for hunting, and he might be he is actually the closest person to find where Rofuel is going to be. So
I think here's an idea.
is he actually going to go to Sivers or Spawn? That's the question. He goes Sivers, he's lost the opportunity. He goes Spawn, yeah, he's going to find that. And he will find him.
Oh, alright, denied.
Quite
It's
the
fine.
other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it's alright, Helif. You've still done your job. 2800 creds and the round secured.
It's almost a very good idea, you know. King Kappa would have got his ultimate as well had he taken that orb on time. But it's absolutely fine, yes. Even though RNTX lost the previous one, they're going to have enough to, again, buy with the half shields in this round. And this is the half shield meta that we used to talk about. To counter which we had the Outlaw, but it's absolutely fine. Miz is still going to stick with the operator. King Kappa was indeed a crucial person in this round to try and shut things out. And again, with the operator Miz and with the showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, Miz has stepped up big time.
And on the back of it, now Helif also has got the hitfall up though.
Yeah, even from, I think he had it from the last round itself. But none of that matters now. RNTX! Ooh, Aziz. Alright. Oh, Techno! How could you do that? He was bamboozled. And now Venka on 8 HP, he still gets a kill. Oh my god! What's happening? Not just one, another one to follow up. And SA2L, just when they were looking good, but the spike has been dropped.
Rofuel. It's about time, Georgie. They both have missed him. Hold on! He's under them! None of them are seeing it! And he's got fun! Hawks has got the opportunity. The flash is out there. Spike has been planted. He's got the fault line available. Reposition. Rofuel out on the other side. Ring around the Rosie. He's seen him. The neural theft used up. Rofuel reposition himself yet again. He knows he's sticking. He's dazed out there. It's about time. Now weapon in hand. And Rofuel will win the round for his team.
Oh my god, there was no need for Hawks to go for that second trigger.
He did not realize that he actually hit Rofuel.
Oh my god, this could have been a comeback and a half, and suddenly wins taken off their sails. SA2L, they almost had this in the bag just to mess it in the last moment, but Rofuel, nerves of steel there as Venka this time with the dimensional drift, as now he goes in, but Hoax, he's playing the game of his life. And you stand corrected, Scared. This is now becoming his turf.
You can't enter the A side. Hoax is gonna stop you from doing that. And look at Miz.
Oh no.
He's got the spike.
Oh my god.
Rofuel is re-wrapping all the way from the other side. Techno's getting the information for that as well. Now Miz is gonna turn around. Takes down Georgie. Still an opportunity. Location reveal. Rofuel. Got 3 out of that round, and King Kappa wraps up the last one. What a play. Yet again, S8UL. If Revenant XSpark fixes are deciding to go towards the A side, then that means they're deciding to go towards the next round without a bye.
I think they're deciding to go towards an OT at this point. But SA2L ever so relentless. They might want to hold them at just 11 as look at RNTX economy.
I'm
Just when the max loss bonus had triggered, they stole one round off, and now that advantage has been lifted, as a result of which they barely have any buys after losing that previous round. So 9-11 on the cards, I think yes. Till Aces comes up with something extraordinary.
Exactly what I was about to say. I mean, it's all fun and games until Aziz decides to play.
But then it's about, you know, Venka taking over. RNTX have got both their duelists playing pretty well. I mean, Aziz hasn't been that exceptional like he played in the previous game. But in this one, he's been kept a little at bay. But that it gave Venka wings to fly. And at this point, RNTX, they used their second timeout, I believe. And they'll have to come up with an answer.
They don't really have any major ultimates for that as well, because Aziz used up the showstopper in the previous one.
Somebody give him a sheriff. Oh, he's finally got one.
Yeah, actually is. It's fine. But on the other side, though, Hooks one away from his Rolling Thunder, so they can eventually prepare for the round after this. And I love this early Prowler. Almost in every single round, Helif is sending that out mid to get the information. If it's going to be any kind of aggressive push or not, which it is this time around.
Point Venka. Oh, he's always been a cold-blooded murderer with that sheriff, but not this time. Two men wrapped up around that mid area, enough to take him down. Danger man out of this round for now. As Rafuel, he's venturing A. Spotted.
Yep. Those legs are always can be watched out for.
That's a kill.
Oh, what? That was a nasty piece. But Helif quick to get that trade. And now Helif still not moving out from there. He's got Mrs. support. But Georgie, ooh, he's scaled down deep and under. Do SA12 know? I think they have an idea. Yes, he's got his crosshairs, and now this Prowler confirms his presence.
Miz just got to watch out all the way from B. Just got to take care of that. King Kappa again, very aware of what Rafuel might want to do in this round, and uses the neural theft to give out the information. Very sneaky links out in the open, which are now being fixed.
Yeah, I mean, Georgie somehow managed to get a Vandal for himself. Small win. Maybe a little more. Just 3 seconds on the clock. No chance to plant the spike, but maybe try and break the economy down. But miss. He's gonna deny him of the luxury of the Vandal next round, as SA12 from the ashes, they have emerged. And 11-9. The comeback, folks, is real.
That's a kill.
Those shots absolutely perfect. King Kappa as well, very aware. Both the players are now stepping up for the side. Or rather, all the players are stepping up together. And it's been a one-man show from the side of Revenant XSpark, or rather a couple of friend shows. Georgie has been struggling. To be very honest, I think so. One round, Georgie is going to get that for the team, and the second one, either Venka or it's going to be Aziz.
This is a pretty much do or go home round for RNTX, because if they lose this one, then we're looking at scores tied. Of course, the momentum completely swinging around, and SA12, they feel replenished, re-energized as Aziz. Okay, that has to be a tricky maneuver. How does he get past that? Okay, position compromise. He's deployed. And now Helif, he has to watch guard, but Georgie is going to be the one opening things up. And he completely takes control of the tower. Armageddon bot. Hopes has to reposition, does have a Rolling Thunder. As RNTX, they swarm through towards the side. King Kappa at this point missed with that showstopper. Georgie will shut him down as well. But King Kappa finally putting Georgie down to rest. It is going to be Venka with that two-piece. And RNTX finally, after eons of grinding in this round of split, they've managed to hit 12.
Taking a page out of the book of SA12, moving from Vents over towards the A side. Something which they have not done till now in this entire half. They were able to get that one round. And fixes. But you want to repeat what I just said a few minutes ago?
I mean, you go on. I'm completely zoned into the fact that what SA12 are going to be putting on the table next.
Mid push. And I do like the idea, but this is the strength of Antidote, the reads that he get. But look at both the trips, they are kill trips. Anyone who's caught in there is going to face the wrath of King Kappa out in the open. They're all going in for the contact with this paranoia could be huge.
Certainly could be, as King Kappa is taking Venka down, but Antidote with a quick trade as Techno also comes in to partake in this fight as SA12. They're trying to keep RNTX off from planting, but the plant is something that they will get. As Helif, he's got a haunt, he's got a prowler.
Aziz,
he's wrapping around. But for now, Hook's still holding on. Time is running out. Smith gets the danger man anti. At this point, Hooks gets another.
Good blind.
As Georgie is gonna get dealt with. As SA12 instantly bounce back.
Can SA12 do the same thing to Revenant XSpark, which Revenant XSpark did to them in previous match? 12-9, but it was the opposite team who was ready to close it out.
Oh
this time around, it's Antidote scratching his head. And on the back of it, again, this one's going to be a full buy still yet, but no major ultimate on board for either of these teams.
The good part about RNTX is Anti is not sweating. He's not worried. Of course, I mean, yeah.
He's got Aziz.
He's got Aziz, and yeah, at this point, he has to say, Aziz, wake up. Aziz, go kill. And now, Miz is the one who's taken quite some command. I mean, this is what SA12 needed, right? The duelist to step up. Simply has done so as Techno. Oh my god, that's a beauty.
TP's
right
out.
There. Georgie's brought down too low.
First, because of the C's and the DK. He's gonna hold it all down now. Raw Fuel still trying to find some timing to maybe get a look on someone, which is just not happening right now, and Techno is going to hold down the vents area. Turns out a paranoia to take care of the Teho drone as well, so now the question is, where does Revenant XSpark go from here?
Alright, that's something to build on. Anti, that right timing. Helif, he's been so exceptional this game, but now from the shadows, deploy Techno.
Going at the wrong place.
Oh my god, that's gonna be hurting.
It's King Kappa.
He's got his setup,
30
everything
seconds left.
still intact.
Only one trip though. It's a kill trip, yes I agree.
Oh, King Kappa
Spike
just so
down
good.
A.
Instantly relinquishes the side for now. Playing around screen. Raw Fuel, he knows what's on the line, cannot give this round away. 10 seconds on the clock. King
10
Kappa, he
seconds
knows. Cavalry has arrived. Techno and Hoax wrapping things up along with him. And now the aftershock to follow up. But Raw Fuel, that was a beauty. But eventually Raw Fuel, what was that? Oh my god! Anti! And Raw Fuel magic there. Oh my goodness. They get to celebrate. They get to dance. Just when we were thinking that SA12 might be pushing it to the very end, Raw Fuel, he was literally under fire, and this man decided to devour them all. What a victory for Revenant XSpark.
Everything was perfect. Every single thing. The aftershock got a pick. They went in for the double peak. King Kappa, yes, a bit ahead of the curve, but wanted to follow up on the util of his teammate. I think so they were half a second late in terms of the peak on Raw Fuel, and that is the timing which the man took to clear the board out.
I think we need to digest that, because I was mentally prepping up for the next round or maybe the OT.
So was I.
Nobody saw this one coming. Raw Fuel, I think it got back into his DNA. Well, you know, he was playing once upon a time back in years behind, where he was from VLT, he was the duelist. That muscle memory sort of triggered in. Does not matter if you're on a Cypher.
and he did the job.
He's got that Isagi ego coming out of him and eventually just killed it. He actually killed it. It was such a back and forth map entirely though. The first half fully dominated by Revenant XSpark. The second one almost dominated by S8UL. We almost got to that OT, but
I can watch that again and again. Raw fuel. I mean, sheer balls of steel there. No other way to put it. Trust me. I mean, there's literally an aftershock coming after you. You find that narrow edge and you manage to take down 3 in the process.
Phenomenal is all I'll say. Not just for one side, for both the sides.
Yeah, this round is where, you know, things could have also changed for S8UL, to be honest.
And here as well, you know,
Yeah,
just
Georgie
as I
had
mentioned,
enough.
just as I mentioned that Georgie is gonna pull one round for the team. He walks up out of the vent, slaps 2 people, gets the third one, shuts down the showstopper, and then gets the win. 5 HP is all raw fuel needed.
But it was Venka, of course, when, you know, Aziz was taking a little bit of a backseat. Venka was the one grabbing all that attention, all that spotlight, and just when we were on the verge of maybe one of the biggest upsets in this region, RNTX said, calm down, boys, we got this. I mean, I'm so looking forward for an interview where Antidote comes up and tells about this matchup. Because this was fluttering emotions. When was the last time you saw Antidote winning a game and dancing like that?
Never. Never in the previous few splits, to be very honest. So, this indeed was a very sweating game for both of these teams. To be honest, 14 first bloods for Revenant XSpark, 9 for S8UL. Neither of the team got the most of the site, only 4 times. But that one extra plant conversion is what made the entire difference.
But this time, one thing for sure, of course, SS12, they've been pushed to the lower brackets, but they did test RNTX out down to the T. Every single strat book bought out whatever they were saving maybe for Velocity. And I'm pretty sure Velocity is closely watching this because they'll be going up against RNTX next. And that is going to be an epic one. But given the fact that RNTX got tested to SS12 like this, Velocity... Alright, I mean, RNTX really need to buckle up, to be honest. They can take this W, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to go against the defending champions themselves.
I doubt that as well. Highly doubt it's going to come down to the map, Peter, but that's for some other day right now.
Yeah.
For this day, the man who became the MVP for this entire series, it should be Venka right now. First kills 11 with 59 total kills over the course of 3 maps.
Yeah.
He's basically got almost 20 in every single one of them with a headshot percent of 37.9.
Yeah, good stats, especially, you know, being one of the latest additions to the roster and instantly coming up and making a difference. Just when we were all thinking it's all in a Z show, Venka was like, hold on, watch me cook, and he did. And he did that when RNTX needed the most. Everybody came into this series hoping that it's going to be an easy win for RNTX. Yes, S8UL have improved, but not that much to challenge RNTX.
True.
It did not just challenge them, but almost kicked them out. But RNTX showing that resilience. This is what I was talking about, you know. Antidote having that experience over the ages. Not panicking, not really making any of those hasty calls. He still knew. They've got this in the bag. All they're going to do is get the right executes. And, you know, Georgie has to be glorified in this situation because when RNTX were literally in tatters, he was like, chuck it. I'm just going to go all in. I'm going to get you that round. And, you know, from there, they staged it up.
Gung-ho time right now. That's what he said. But on the back of it now, we've got 2 teams already which have qualified for the LAN of VCSA Split 2. So a big congratulations to both VLT as well as Revenant XSpark. But now it's gonna get bloody. It's gonna get dirty all the way down in the lower bracket because you don't really just need to keep your dreams alive. You will have to destroy the ones of your opponents too. It's S8UL versus Global Esports Academy and Reckoning versus .exe.
Yeah, I mean, for now we're gonna hold off to that epic showdown, which could also be our grand finale for that match number 12, VLT and RNTX. But that's an upper bracket matchup. Next up, it's gonna be SA12 and Global Esports Academy. Now, like you mentioned, right, this is again another rivalry that we would love to see cooking. Honestly, Scared. That's going to be an exciting one at that. Both these teams, I think Global Esports Academy, they came off with a defeat, but then they gathered themselves up.
Yeah.
That was a tough match, but the second one, they looked so decisive. They have been improving, they have been screaming. These young lads, they're on a mission. Whilst for SA12, I mean, still, take a bow, because you impressed everybody. I think the statement has echoed through the entire South Asian region that this is now an org not to be trifled with. So big messages have been put forth, interesting matches, especially this one.
True.
And that being said, folks, we're all done, we're all spent. We had a good day of Valorant. I hope you enjoyed as well. For now, we'll be taking your adieu. We'll come back tomorrow with new set of matches and exciting games. Till then, goodbye and see you.